Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hey Liam, hey James, hey Mitchell and Cliff, Jeff and Tuxedo and Liam, hey Stuart and Popaway and Maurice, how are folks? Hey Felix, Webster and Rod, hey Redacted and Bill, Jeff and Peter and Jack and Lucas, hey Sergey, hey Questionable Choices, and thanks for becoming a member, Brent May. How are folks today? You're getting worried? Sometimes it starts a minute or so later. Jake, how are you doing? No, that's not Jake. I made a brain wires got crossed. Doc, how are you doing? Nergorot, Smoles and Scott. How are those folks? Marcus and Andrew and Nathan. One of the ones that do heat shrink labels. Oh yeah. Hey Tohos. Hey Sebastian. We are back on the salad fork build, and apparently the cats have really discovered that they can go vertical now. So they've opened up a whole new world of exploration, and I don't know. Yeah. Hey Laura, hey Sean. Yes. They are all over. I need a whole new level of kitty proofing to be done. It's a good thing because it's kind of helped me to get motivated to straighten up a few things, but holy moly, they are all over the place. I don't know, you can't really see. You can kind of see Oscar right there trying to figure out how he's going to get further across my toolboxes. Well, he's going to go up and over is what he's going to do. We're just going to sit here and watch the cats in the background. That's going to be the stream. See where they can get to. I'm going to discourage them. You don't really need to be up there. No, it's okay. I'm not mad. Okay, there you go. That works too. Oh, you go down here too. Stayed for the kittens. Hey, John. Hey, Thomas. Hey, James. Sergey. Content improvement 86%. Well, they'll get their own curiosity. They'll figure it out all on their own. Hey, Rob. Thanks for being a member. Okay, so, boy, this is, until they get tired and get down and go to sleep, I'm going to need to keep them away from certain areas. It's because I don't want to deal with it. Here, let's see if they want kitten treats. I have actual kitten treats. Hey, where you at? Where you at? Oscar. What's that? What's that? Hey, oh, they haven't figured out what treats are yet. Rod, thanks for being a member. Box of Cat 6. Where is that? Is there oh, it is right down there. You can see it? Yeah. Okay. We are going to start off this stream opening a package. Because Misadventures in Melting Plastic here said it would be fun to open on stream. I have zero idea what this is, but we're going to do this and then we'll get into working on the solid fork here. Hey Dave, FBWA. Hey Shannon and Kobe. Mystery package. Okay, come here. Do you want? There you go. Where's Felix? Felix. Okay, you got a treat. We'll see if Felix. Anyway. What's in the box? What's in the box? It's a relatively large box. Kind of light. I am going to peek in here just in case. Now I assume that Doc is not going to be mischievous, but We shall see. This is tme.com is the box. And this is going to be hard to even get on camera, but that's okay. Surprise, I have no idea. I have no idea. That I'm sending you something that might be fun to open on stream. So it's either gonna, hopefully it's not like a, I've hyped it, I hope I haven't hyped it up too much. You have a guess? What is that? Blue packing. Ooh. Ooh, wear a calendar. Ooh. Advent calendar. Remove calendar from, ooh, neat. That's awesome. Thank you, Doc. Wear a advent calendar. Let's see if we can get this open. Thank you, Doc. This is awesome. I had no idea, and I would never have guessed this. Oh, there's all kinds of, there's a build content here. This might be October's Steve builds, or I mean, Charlie's Angel stream. Ooh. Okay, so I think, does this have, what do you do here? Just kind of put it up and then pop each thing open? So we'll pop each thing open at some point. Okay. So that's got to set off. Let me set this off to the side. Okay. So that's what it is. I don't want to pop any open early. I want to do it right. So thank you, Doc. That's awesome. Yeah. Pop one thing open each day. So let me put this back in the box. That was fun. That was fun. That's awesome. That'll be, we'll do that. I'll post about it in Discord. That's what we'll do. We'll do a series of posts in Discord as I open these, because we don't stream often enough. Yeah. That's pretty awesome. I'm gonna set this over here on the printer stand. Of course, it'll invite the cats to try to climb up onto it. But thanks again. That's awesome. Where did the cats go? Okay, they're below waist level, so that's good. Okay, here we are on the solid fork. So I have a bunch of printed parts. This is how far we got. I did put the deck panel in place. I had to clean off all the VHB residue off the bottom from the previous install. Steve opens every day a new image with an update. I could do a shorts. It could be a little shorts series, a daily shorts series. Maybe that's what I'll do. Kobe, so the Charlie's Angel stream, that is what I call my channel membership tier. So channel members get access to a members only stream every month. We do things like build foam dart flinging fun devices and 3D or RC cars, like 3D sets RC cars. And maybe like yesterday was the Charlie's Angel stream, and we installed sequins, RGBW sequins on the Trident I've been working on Tuesdays. So yeah, so that kind of thing. But it's not locked. It's locked to members for a month. I make the member streams public usually right before or the day that I do the next member stream. So the Lynx foam blaster we built last month went live on yesterday. Went public yesterday. So that's how I manage it. And Oscar has found, oops, the packaging from the advent calendar. And that was the most fun thing ever a moment ago. Okay, so I don't think we'll get to electronics-based stuff today, but if we do, it's going to require me cut some DIN rail. Here, Felix, a treat. Oh, Charlie. I mean, not Charlie, but Oscar in for the steal. Let me give Felix one. Here. No, not you. No, not you. Felix is not interested, so he will wait. Oscar is all about the treats. Holy moly. Amazon was last year's calendar. Hey, Biney. What's your tool of choice for cutting DIN rails? I just use a hacksaw and then I use a file to square it up. It's not worth the trouble of getting out the miter saw or anything. Well, the stuff that I'm going to be cutting is aluminum, so the miter saw would be fine. The steel stuff, absolutely, I just use a hacksaw. But this stuff is what I'm going to use. It's got a little different profile. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Armor 3D. Hey, Francois. I don't think even an angle grinder is worth pulling out for that thin metal DIN rail stuff. It's pretty quick with a hacksaw. Shear cutters tend to warp it at the cut area. So, okay. We are back at the Salad Fork GitHub. Let me paste this. The link is in the description. Let me paste it in here. And we're gonna open the manual, but I've got it saved locally. So, Salad Fork. There we go. Meat chops on be useful. Aluminum DIN rails cut like butter using a woodworking carbide tip. Yeah. But just I'm just gonna use a hacksaw. If we're cutting them today, I'm just gonna break out the hacksaw. Anyway, oh, I think this puts us back where we were. Yep. So we're on to the gantry assembly. So I'm gonna want to grab the rear extrusion, rear center extrusion, and it's gonna need a bunch of square nuts preloaded. I am not going to be using clicky, so I'm not going to preload these front nuts. Is Yeri here? There we are. Hey, Yeri. Hey, Johnny boy. What are you doing? No, not on top of the computer. Come on, come on, go, 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 go. No. That is chewing on the Wi-Fi antenna wires. That's something. They've destroyed one USB cable so far. What probe are you going to use? I'm going to use a Revo PZ on this. What are the benefits of having a moving gantry like Voron 2 instead of moving bed like Trident? There are trade-offs for both, right? So moving gantry is not quite as rigid, but your center of mass is lower. The fixed gantry is more rigid, but your center of mass is higher. Hey, Mark. Okay, so preload those and grab the lowers and put those in with M3 by 8 button heads. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna grab this and I'll preload those here in a minute. And then we've got a bunch of the, let me straighten this up. This is all cattywampus. That'll work. I want to grab my file. I'm going to clean up the little bits of stuff on all the mounting surfaces. Now there are spots in here that are raised for clearance for bearings. I'm avoiding those spots. just these small surfaces up here. It's really hard to keep the plastic from raising just a little bit. So if we take a file and take the couple of seconds to clean those off, our fit will be better. Hey, BBs. We have just a few days until heading out for 3D Printopia. Hope to see people there. Sounds like Grant and I are going to do a little bit. I'm going to teach him how to finally belt the front idlers on a Trident. I need to print up a demo piece to facilitate that. See, this doesn't take any effort, any time. IPCO. These are labeled nicely, so there's a B side. Is the other side labeled? No. That's because it's got this wire pass through on it. Hey, Arthur, what are you chewing on? What are you chewing on? I hear chewing. No! 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 Bad kitty. Nope. Come on. Come on. No, I know that wasn't nice. Sorry guys. Hold on a second. He was chewing on the signal wire for the VFD for Shapeoko here. Get this pulled up and open. They are wire chewers, and that is not a good thing. Yeah. Cats are gonna cat. Yep. Someone found a cable. And I do not need them. Well, they don't need to be chewing into. So far, I haven't noticed any bite marks on thicker cables, like power cables and stuff. They like the thin stuff. And if it's rubbery, all the better. I think they probably feel it with their teeth. Goes through a cable in one bite. Ouch. I've bundled up all the cables for this computer into bigger bundles, but little turd. Now they're playing with each other at least. Anyway, Apple USB-C cables like the ones that come with the MacBook charger, and those are expensive. Okay, we need one of these that, where did I put it? Did I take it with me over here? They're playing with each other. That's good. Where did I put the fourth one here? I feel like I got distracted. Yep, it's over here underneath my air compressor. Here, come out here. Come out here. Play with that. Okay, which one? Is that the one? So this is gonna go right here. Maybe, is this gonna be a better view? Not really. Let's just do this. Under the desk cable conduits, there's a long-term solution. Just bundling them up, it seems to take care of it. The issue is that the little ones that I can't really bundle out of the way. Ooh, capsaicin tape? I should try that. I should try something like that. Is that something I can buy, order on Amazon, or get at a pet store or something? If I can get a few things and get them scared of it, That would be good. Tea tree oil, I think, or lavender. Cats don't like it. Okay, I'm gonna do some research because it's a real issue. So Yeri has us assembling these rear drives in pieces. So we're gonna make sure that this is in here straight and flush. We might retighten those in a bit. Is used in automotive to discourage rodents. Okay. I need to find an especially appealing cord for them and coat it and see if that takes care of it. Because it's dangerous too. If they decide that they grow and graduate into power cords, then that would not be good. Very toxic. Oh, I will be careful. I'll be searching for stuff that's definitely cat safe. Just not appetizing. Watch them love the taste, I know. Citrus peels help. There's a detergent spray you can buy that's better. Yeah, I need to break them off of that. The Lola, our previous female deaf cat, used to love chewing on cables. She grew out of it, but sour apple spray, lots of ideas. I will coat every cable I can find in it. I don't care. Okay, we are, I guess that's got us doing both sides. This is the side with the wire pass through. Now the question on that wire pass through is, will a CAN cable fit through there without screwing it up? Bitter apple spray worked? Okay. What do you... No. No. What is that? That's my... That was Oscar chewing on something. Okay, this one goes here. Definitely gonna slow down things. I need them to quiet down and go to sleep. I have more energy than usual this morning. They are both learning that they have hops. They are just discovering this. I found them on the counter in the kitchen. Oscar just leapt over the advent calendar box. Okay. Now I think we take this and we're gonna need a bunch of pre-installed nuts in here. What are we? 4 in the top and 6 in the bottom. Let's do the 6 in the bottom first. Kitten specific spray on Amazon. I'll go out of in 3 years or so. Far too long. Far too long. Okay, so 2 of those are going to go near the middle for the center brace, and then we're going to need 2 on here, other side of that. So let's go ahead and throw those down that extrusion. Why you do not dry your trident in high heat. This is true. This is true. Otherwise you end up with this. I got all my 8mm mixed up with the others in here. I think I have some 10s in here too. Let me set this and do some measuring, make sure I grab the right screws. Oh, and some of these might still be, I know, that's why I don't have them, because they're in, no, they're not there. Well, we're gonna need these because we need the bearings out of them, the old ones. Mine pulled curtains down at 18. What do you, as long as you're fighting each other and not messing with these things, and that's fine. Okay, so there's an 8. There's an 8, and pull out the nickel-plated black oxide button. Here we are. Grab them from here. Ooh, it's hot in here. I have my Maker Faire Orange County 2024 shirt on. That was a fun event. Oh, and nope, that one slid off the end. The little, I'm sure the little no drop mod thing would be good for this, but we can manage. Come on. Oh, where are you then? Oh. Right there. There. Okay, now we're going to loosen these. Center this side to side. There. And we're going to take these guys. This is going to go like this. Bolt these down into there. So, so we'll set a straight edge across this to make sure that this rear extrusion is lined up. But where are, there they are. There's that one. And then two that I put in here. And these are probably by 6s, I think. And 3x6, yep, into the bottom, and 3x6s into the top. Okay. Quiet. Why are you guys quiet? I don't want you right there. No. let me show you the bed. Let me remind you that it's there. Oops. Actually this, there. Where are you? Okay. Ah, someone with no idea what you mean. Make sure the rear extrusion is straight on tridents. So usually, to make sure that this rear extrusion is flush with the sides, I would just set this on its back on the flat table, and if everything is flat against the table, then it's lined up. This has a power switch here, kind of in the way of that, so I'm just going to set something straight and flat across here and hold it while I tighten it down. So this one is marked as the left one. So to put that on this side first. Just and then we can slide this up tight, loose enough. There we go. Slide it up to the thing, and then the other side. Where's that part? Here it is. This one's right. Hey, the GPs. Oh, good. You figured out it's somewhere to lay down. That's good. Encourage the sleepy time. I've got to show this. Oops. Cookie Cad, they like your boxes. Hey Benjamin, welcome. I did post a video a while back when Oscar we just got him, and he was playing chasing his tail in a filament box. He has gotten probably almost twice the size since then. They have gotten quite a bit larger. I just want to leave the camera right there. Let's go here. There we go. Hey, Miss Lou Marie. Welcome. I'll see you in a few days. Okay, now we can slide these back, get these nuts lined up. Slide that forward, another 3x6 up into here. Oh, okay. So, there we go. This is self-sourced, Ella. This is basically, I had a bunch of this maker beam extrusion from original Trident or original V0 plans, and I ended up with a LDO with an LDO frame. So I had bought these because at the time they were only available. Come on. There we go. Miss Lee Marie, thank you for becoming a member. Did not line up. Why are you being a pain? Because it wasn't lined up at all. Here we got a hype train. Kitty hype train. Okay, so that's there. is Teslas. Thank you for being a member for 11 months. Look forward to seeing you in just a few days. Coming up way too quick. Okay. So these are a little tight in the maker beam extrusions, but it's working out okay. So I want to kind of alternate tightening these to make sure that I don't skew things. So I want to make sure that this tightening these pulls the plastic part into the center extrusion, and then I'll loosen them again and then tighten into the top so it pulls up into there. But before I get too far with that, I'm going to grab a, what do I have around here for a straight edge? I had a level, there's one. This will work well as a straight edge across here. Yeah, see, that's not straight. So I'm going to loosen the bed frame here. That's one thing, because that's going to resist us moving this. So there we go. That's what did it. When I loosened the bed frame, the whole thing dropped down into place. So now it's in the correct, it's lined up with the rear here. So straight across here is important. Small Swedish apartment, Trident 250 is on the list, but dang, I really like the solid fork. Yeah, I didn't use this printer much before because when we first built it, I was having trouble with, let me get a better angle at these. I was having trouble with the Wi-Fi with the controller I was using, and that turned out to be more to blame from my, my router than the controller, but still that got me away from actually using it. This build, we will be shifting to Team Gloomy and Mellow RepRap Firmware build with a RepRap Firmware CAN toolhead board. Oh, was the whole thing? Was the whole thing nice and level? It is. Yeah, I did spend some time doing that. So, okay, that's on there. There's a little bit of, this is dusty down inside this extrusion, so I wonder if I can get this in there enough to. I am going to, here, let's move this. Encourage Oscar. Encourage Oscar here to lay down a bit, because he was laying down over there. So I think he'll accommodate. Yep. There we go. Those ball drivers you were just using? Yes. Yes, so I have this ball driver, which is fairly long. It's 2 millimeter, it's really nice. It is RD Logic's, no idea where you can get it. I probably bought this 15 or 20 years ago for RC stuff. Oscar is not grouchy. I just got this, which is really cool. LDO is making some drivers now, and I suggested they make a 2 millimeter ball driver, and they made it in this small size, which I really like. So okay, so this is reminding you that there is an offset between these extrusions. So there is a 4 millimeter or so, I think it's still 4 millimeters on this. Mind the gap, there should be a small gap. There is a very small gap. Actually, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then we start putting the top together. So in 3x8s for the B side top. Wow. I had shifted that when I went to grab Oscar. There we go. So B side top right here. This is going to go right onto here, and I guess we assemble this right now. So let's grab the two nuts from way over there. We are giving away Polymaker Filament. We will be doing that in 2 hours and 19 minutes. You must be here to win. The yeah, link is in the pin post and description. You will have the most flexibility in mods and what you want to do with it with a full-size trident. You're right, Ella. Absolutely. If space is a concern and it's not your primary printer, this is definitely a reasonable option. So this blue is 3DO carbon fiber ASA blue. I like it too. Hey Brent, you missed a lot of kitty cat shenanigans, mischievous kitty cat shenanigans. But other than that, we're just kind of working our way through this solid fork build. Now, let's make sure I've got this lined up. Those are pretty close. Too far. Hey, Brian. I think I also have 4 V0s. The blue RepRap Firmware one, the gold one, the red one, and the gray one. Is that a 8 or is that a 10? That's an 8, okay. Build another 3D printer as a project in the space constraints made me pick the solid fork. Nice. It's a great reason. Okay, I lost that one. Let's see if I have the next one, because I can shimmy this. I should have that one. I don't. Are these by 8s? Yeah, fastener lengths is such a tough thing to get right in these builds. And I think we're on the edge of right here. I would probably, if I had a suggestion here, I would probably work towards making the parts the right size for a 10mm on these. Because I'm barely getting threads in on a 8. I don't know if you're around, Yeri, but that one's not spinning. I can try. Yep, that did it. So flipping it over so that the nut falls to the top of the slot there allowed me to get enough threads to catch the nut. But would a 10 have enough to not bottom out? That's a question. What I would probably suggest is countersink the printed part here 1mm, just to make sure you're getting good threads into those nuts. And then you can do the little cross bridge setup on those 1mm. That'll help sink the fastener into the part and hide it a little bit too. That would probably be my suggestion if you're still around, Yeri. Yeah, but if you do an 8 and then sink the heads in 1mm, I think you'd be golden. I think you'd be golden with that. Okay. M3x25 socket heads and an M3x6 for the stepper motor. So, grab my steppers. Figure out which Which one is this side? That would be this one. Already got pulleys on here. Anyone make a flex plate as good as the Prusa, Satin, and Voron sizes? So, sort of, but you might not be able to get it anymore. What's that company that's been kind of a pain? Are they Austrian? The one with the heat indicator on it. Are you still around, Sanity? I'm drawing a blank on what the brand of that was. But they were having some delivery issues. Just talking about how nice the plates... OSEC, thank you. That's it. OSEC. They were nice plates and worked with ABS really, really well. But there's some business issues with that. Some reliability and delivery and that kind of thing. So your mileage may vary. But if you can find something in stock or use from someone, the OSEC ones are really nice. Satin surface, and ABS sticks really well to it with no prep. I never did any special prep on my OSEC sheets. But yeah, like Serge guy is saying, they're probably gone. Oh, that's right. Fabrico makes the... I really like the Fabrico satin sheet too. Thanks for the reminder there. I have one on my V0 and I have one on my Mercury 1. So I would recommend the Fabrico ones. Check out the Fabrico ones. Okay, an M3x6. Hold this up in here. Now I'm using 16 tooth pulleys on here. I don't remember if that was spec or still is spec, but Honey Badger satin sheet. Yep, that's the Fabrico ones, and I agree. I would recommend those. I don't know that they work better than the OSEC ones did, but it's much better company. Support the community. Yeah, those had skipped my mind. So what do we need? 25s and 3x25s. Is that what these are? Yep, that's a 25. Gone for a while. What are your new kittens' names? That is Oscar and Felix. Oscar and Felix. Felix is the black cat, the void kitty, and Oscar is the orange one. 16 tooth pulleys are spec? Okay. There we go. Got a stepper in here. Those I just kind of tucked into the extrusion before. And I'm gonna have to play with that to get that to go through the hole in the bottom. Make sure that this guy got tightened. There we go. They come in calking. Peter, thank you for the gifted memberships. Okay, this is kind of cool. We'll see how this works out, but I like the idea. Hey, Martin. We have slots in the part for holding the bearing in place. So, and there is printed in spacing, so we don't need washers on there. So let's grab the bearings out of the old one, old part, salvage these, and we can probably get rid of a lot of these washers, shim slash things. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that right there as a stack. So this stack, get rid of the washers. We're going to use an M3x25. Is that what this was? Yep, that's a 25. So this just goes in here. And this printer has so little use on it. all these bearings I'm going to reuse. Was it originally part of a kit or was it all self-sourced? This is all self-sourced. So this should go up into here. Now I think I'm going to need to just loosen these to get this going, and then make sure we don't bind it up when we put it back together. But pulled through, and then this down. Tighten this while pushing. I think while pushing this bearing stack in, we're going to tighten this down just to make sure things stay there. That turns well still. Tighten that, and then tighten these back down. Yep, still moves just fine. So I like that. That worked pretty well. And then we're gonna do the same thing. And we're going to, on this stack, we're gonna leave the two washers, shims in the middle, but we're gonna get rid of the ones on the outside. And this does really help to build this, because you can build this in your hands and then put it on. Once again, I probably shouldn't have tightened this down. Let's loosen that and loosen these on the frame a little bit, just to give some compliance there. So, push this up. Go. Push that in. Oh, we tighten this down. Probably my favorite improvement with this version. It's much easier than trying to assemble them the old way. About 5 hands to hold everything. No, I like it. I do like it. That works. And all of the belt tension is pulling them into the slots. So, hey, Delvin. What inspired you to do that, Yeri? Or was it, is there something you thought of, or was there an inspiration for that? I always like to hear what is inspiration. I did figure out the notifications, Jeff. I swear those weren't there before, but I very well may have missed them. And it is much better, Jeff. Much better. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Sparks on tap. I don't have any PF Sense router built yet. In and out today. Video's at 480. Oh, no. Okay. That's good. So. Hey, Giles? Giles? Is that how you say that? Hey, Scotty Dog. Do we have, Grant and Musketeers coming in? Is that what we got? New people? They were chatting with Reth. I was watching that a bit before stream. Talking about chasing unicorns and input shaper. Okay, I am going to be going sensorless, so I'm not going to be installing an end stop. Oh, he's doing giveaway now? Okay. Inspiration came from the BFI idlers. I saw how the screw on the movable part slotted in and iterated on that a bit. Awesome. Okay, so I did not print the sensorless, or the end stop version of the parts. So we're gonna skip all of that. I'm gonna put the top on here. So. 2 of the things here. And then line these up. Hey, Coffee Squirrel. That. 2. that. Line these up. I think everything's lined up. Let's see if we can get these to tighten down. Yeah, these really should. I really suggest just 1 millimeter. Just sink the heads of these screws in 1 millimeter. Yeah. There is over 1 millimeter of space there. That one. You want more thread engagement in these screws anyway. So what I'm going to try to do, move this very evenly. Go. Yeah, nice. Those stayed in position. Just turning that over causes that nut to fall up into the slot, which I would imagine that would be even worse on the on like the LDO frames, because they've got a larger larger slot in those. You'll call it R3. Hey, you notice I fixed I didn't fix it, I just changed to the correct thing for the latest thumbnail. Okay, let's loosen these up a bit. Make sure that this is all the way into the corner. Yep, there we go. This is such a handy driver. I'm gonna do this over here too, because I don't remember pulling this into the, I think this should be flush with the extrusion, so make sure I do it on both sides. Yeah, that was already there. Good. I don't know if the ball end driver is available yet. This guy's going to go in here. 1, 2, and one more. One more. I think it's this one, but it doesn't match, so I'm going to grab one. These are partially threaded. The other one I have there is fully threaded. It doesn't really matter. I just want them to match. Design a custom core XY using parts that I already have. One with cantilever bed, 2 12mm rods, debating on a screwdriver or belt for Z. What's your opinion, if you don't mind? Well, if you go belted, you're gonna have to figure out how to manage gantry, or yeah, your bed sag. It's not going to just without doing something, it will drop from the weight of the bed. Figure out how to deal with that. If you go belted, you go lead screw, then usually if you go like 4-to-1 or a 4mm lead, then it is unlikely to sag. Oh, I need to tighten these. I forgot to tighten these back up. Could use key back. You could do it. Yep. Hey, Amber. Hey, Mad Cat. Hi, Timor. Spectra. We got the Musketeers coming in. Hey, Bryce. Okay. Bearings out of this. Of course, I've got trapped wires here. I'll have to take that connector off. That's what I'm curious. Will a XT30 plus 2 fit through here, Yeri? If it won't, I suggest you make it so it will. Because so then at least a can setup won't be trapping the wires. Hey, Wind Farms. Jacobs, I am Electro. Welcome, everybody. My new can of chew. I lose stuff all the time there, Spectra. Moments after I have it, I lose it. Hey, Geocacher. Tight. There you are, Grant. Welcome. I will absolutely be prepping for our little thing at 3D Printopia. If it's a standard can Molex connector, I don't know about the new LDO one. No, that's perfect. If it fits any of them, I'm going to be making my own here, Yeri. So, I mean, the more space you can provide there, the better. But as for this build, I just need it to be, or would like it to fit just a XT30 plus 2 connector, and we're good. What is Solid Fork? So this is a miniature Trident based on the key difference is it's 1515 extrusion like a V0 instead of 2020 like a Trident. Okay, let's go back and loosen these a little bit just so we have some flex in the parts. Maker Faire. Orange County Maker Faire was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Lots of people, lots of attention at the booth. I had my Phoenix printing. Oh, I should show you this. I had my Phoenix printing in IDEX. This is ABS. This print quality is absolutely horrid, but this was a no tune, just throw a print at it, and it did it. I think R3 will probably have a larger redesign of the motor mounts to allow for more clearance. Yeah, I get that. Might be able to square it off and help with that. Anyway, this is LDO, sparkle gray, and lime green ABS printed on my, and I keep saying, I probably said Tridex, I probably keep saying that. This is printed on my Phoenix. I was saying Tridex yesterday. I went in and changed some settings, and you can see there's still some of that surface artifacting, but it's much better. I did say Tridex. I don't know why I keep doing that. This is Phoenix. It's IDEX. I think I keep meaning to say IDEX mode. So this was a second day print, but I had it printing all weekend, which was fun. It was awesome. And it did well. I am not a fan of cable glands for the same reason of you have to take the connectors apart in order to do anything with them. Come on, got stuck in there. It's not tight. Thank you and Bill Brothers for the ABS tips yesterday. So far, so good. Awesome. That's good to hear. Printing spacers for the Phoenix 20 minutes before the doors opened. What was I printing? Oh yeah, yeah. I had to tighten up a part on the gantry, and a little printed shim was the answer. It works around the problem. Yeah, anything printed, for that. I'll check it out at some point, but not optimistic. Call the printer Dexter. Dexter, the Tridex, IDEX, Phoenix printer. Yeah. Tighten these back up. It's just a little tight. These are smooth, these are smooth. I think I'm gonna replace these bearings. Let's see if I have some. That's a little tight. Yeah. Two-piece gland. But if it's printed, how well is it going to last? Hey, Frank. Pull this one off. Start my hex 0 build. I'm Morton. Let's loosen these again just so a little more. Hex 0 conversion is doing its first print. Nice. How you doing, Frank? Okay. Let's pull those off. Let's try this one. Had one. Okay, well, that's good to hear. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's way smoother than these two were, so I'm just gonna toss those. Anybody who was here last Tuesday where I had two cameras not working, I think I've troubleshot it down to the PCI Express slot on the motherboard. So I have a replacement motherboard. This is working today because the capture card works in another slot. It's not ideal because it's sharing bandwidth with the video card in that slot, but it works. So I will be replacing that tomorrow, probably either after stream today or tomorrow. Maker Viking, thanks for being a member. How are you doing? So I'm hoping just a motherboard swap will work, even though it's a fairly expensive Z390 board. It's a lot less effort than doing a complete upgrade on the machine. Hey, Strange Stuff, welcome. Okay, there, and the bearings are in. I kind of skipped ahead. Hey, we get to go on to the front idlers next. So we will be these are BFI style idlers. And pieces here. Pieces. Heat set. Hey Sven. Is it your birthday, Sven? It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Finally purchased a second pencil, and I have another CNC kitchen thing so I can build the zero press because I've been wanting to have two presses here available. So ordered it off of the Pencil store along with a bunch of accessories and stuff since I was ordering direct anyway. Thanks, Brent. We went to a local hot pot place because we went to one in Orange County. Jason, LDO Jason, and Bill and I and the Cocoa Press crew and Matt Stoltz and such. And it was really good. So my wife and I decided to try a local one and it was really good. We went to Heat Shabu here in Sacramento. It was yummy. I am using a dragon burner for the solid fork. Yep. Hey, Joshua. I'm using a dragon burner. I have not finished printing parts. I've started printing parts, but the final specs of it I should be working on that after 3D Printopia. I don't actually use the pine soles for soldering spectra. I use them for my heat set presses because they heat up so quick and they are super handy for this. It's a nice slim setup. So I think I would probably agree. Using it as a regular soldering iron is not, I don't like it as much as I like my Weller, but I 100% think that the heat set presses, I basically do 90% of my heat sets with the press now. So I bought a pine sole from the store and I had to get the clear case because they offered a clear case and it was $5. So had to get the clear case. It even has a clear silicone grip. Have to. If it's offered and it's that cheap, there's no other answer. That is the answer. How was the Maker Faire in terms of size compared to years past? I think it was a little bit bigger. We were at least as busy. Had Bill Brothers here and for both days, and I had Wally there for Sunday, and I had Zura off and on throughout the week. That was very helpful. So it was good. Just installed these BFI for my Trident. They're beefy but a little annoying to adjust. That's my biggest beef with the VFIs is that I don't like the 2-screw adjustment. I don't prefer the 2-screw adjustment. Mark is getting a pay raise. Well, that's good. Is the pine sole wireless? No. It can be powered over USB, and I did buy their silicone USB cable just because, once again, that was inexpensive. I got their power supply. I got their gallium wall wart. There's a mod with printed gears. Printed gears for what? I like 2-screw adjustment to tweak. I don't think you should have to tweak tracking. And when you've got, the problem I have is when you've got 0 clearance on either side of the belt, on either setup, either this or on a Voron 2 or Trident, you can't really tell until it's already ridden up on an end, whether it's actually lined up or not. So you're already wearing into the belt if it's not adjusted right off. But having gears there still requires that it be lined up in the first place. There's better ways to do it. There's better ways to do it. It is beefy and it is durable and it serves a purpose. The adjustment and the opportunity for error in that is what I think can be improved on. So, okay, so we have, let me grab the old idlers, front idlers. There they are. One of them. Where's the other one? Where? Oh, there it is. Have you printed anything with PPSEF? No, I can't find my my Revo high temp. I need to look through more boxes, try to find it. What's my preferred way? A single screw adjustment is my preference. So okay, so we're gonna put, what is that, an M3 by 12, and then the shims, and then this goes into the front. This is very clever. I like this whole part of this. There is so much really cool about these idlers. I just don't like the 2-screw adjustment. Okay, so those can go away. Go here. And an M3 by 12. Do I have any of those over here in the existing stuff? Yep, that's a 12. So 2 M3 by 12s. Maybe we'll go this way. Oh, there we go. I want to print something in the PPS, but I can't find the Revo high temp. Okay, so that kind of fiddly set up there. That will go right into the front here. There we go. Sets right in there. Seen the Chidi +4, and that seems very interesting. I don't like the Cybertruck look though. I haven't looked at it closely. I mean, that kind of stuff I don't tend to gravitate towards paying a ton of attention to machines in that category. Is there anything like innovative or special about it? What's their thing? What's their thing with it? Why do they think people should buy that printer? Modified that part so it can't pinch the belt. Can it pinch the belt otherwise? I don't know. I have installed these on my, I think I have them on my Micron. Go. Goes in there. What size? They have us doing this later, but we're going to do it now. M3 by 25 button heads. Is that what I pulled out of here? No, these are longer than that. These are 35s. Those can go away. 25 button head. Tighten it too much, you don't have the belts pulled tight enough. You can and will pinch the belt and cause all kinds of issues. Okay. So I need 4 of these guys. Hey Arch3D, RH3D, how are you? $800 65C active heated chamber, 370C hot end, 120 bed, clipper. Okay. We have B, which goes over here, and A goes over here. And these don't really matter which way. Yeah, it does. Those go there like that. That goes there like that. That goes in there like that. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. I don't know anybody in here with a alarm. Can you guys hear that? Oh, shoot. Well, that's a problem. That's probably why those aren't in there yet. That fell out. Let's do this. Let's do this, and let's tighten this down. Just to hold it together. And we'll loosen that up when we go to put belts on. Oh, there goes Oscar. Hey, buddy. Oh, bye-bye. I wonder if he got woke up by that alarm. Did he pop up when that alarm went off? Okay, so that'll go in there. That's one side. This one, that. So this should go on. See how it can pinch between the end cap and the bearings? Yeah. Okay, that goes in there like that. So that's those two. No, I don't think, I don't know what you're commenting on. I don't think you're an idiot. That's absolutely something that can happen. I think when we go to actually belt this, we'll talk about how much adjustment you actually need, and you should be belting it with the tensioner at its complete minimum adjustment point. And really, you should be pulling your belts tight enough at the carriage to where you're only needing at most a couple of millimeters of adjustment here to tension them. Do I prefer the solid fork or the micron? Neither. I'm not gonna choose between them. They're both neat little printers. They're right in the realm of what I like. I wouldn't put a weight on either one. Okay. Hey, Dans. Thanks for being a member. Wouldn't have that issue. I messed up, but I redesigned them, so I can't make that mistake again. I get it. But really, I mean, once again, if you're belting things and you need to adjust your tensioners more than a couple of millimeters, then you should be grabbing that slack at wherever your attachment point is instead. Okay, that, and then we're going to do some M3x8s to bolt these onto the printer. Adjust this up. There we go. Oh, bump. Where did I just put those? There they are. So this is the A side. So this goes over here. Screws down here. Should have, yep, a couple down here. Those are going to be fun to get to. It just kind of flexes around there. An M3x8. Now somehow I'm awfully short on M3x8s in my thing here, in my bin. Were M3x8s, the use of them increased? Because I'm awfully short in my spares too. So that side. It's up, and this is going to be really hard to see. Put this one in place because I can see it. That one goes right there. Nice choice of colors, thanks. So this Sparkle Cloud Gray from Sparta 3D was the accent color in the previous iteration. But the blue is new. I used Sapphire Blue ASA from Filament before, and I've switched to this carbon fiber blue from 3DO. So I'm going to kind of shift this around and hope I can see. Okay, I think that's it. So I can see it in there. Try to, if I can get in here, just kind of shift it over just a little bit. See if that will let us tighten the screw down on it. Some places M3 by 10 were bottoming out for some extrusion profiles. There we go. How do you feel about Ali fasteners usable, or do you prefer US suppliers? I buy a lot of my fasteners when I need a few off of Amazon, and that's no better than Ali. So I have a preference for, in the US, I have a preference for Bolt Depot or McMaster. Bolt Depot because they're usually cheaper and you can get smaller quantities of small fasteners. Usually in the small fasteners, you're buying in increments of 100. And on Bolt Depot, you could buy one M3 by 8 if you wanted to. But, and I definitely see a difference in quality. Usually, I mean, mostly in like the coating qualities. Just getting dust out of there. It's especially dusty. But yeah, I like Monster bolts as well as Bolt Depot. I live 45 minutes away from Bolt Depot. They've been able to pick up bolts. Yeah, I would love to be close enough to a good fastener place. Of course, there's things like Fastenal and stuff like that. That's probably local here, but I use a variety. My bin system here has stainless steel, nickel coated, and black oxide as the categories for different fasteners. So I use, depending on the build, and because I'm in California, so corrosion isn't as big of an issue as some places. It depends on the build. Good fitting hex drivers. Yep, absolutely. That is a good point. Okay, make sure, yep, those are both there. Oh, can I get this guy pushed in there? I think I got that one in the right spot. Yeah. Phoenix is probably better than California as far as corrosion and stuff goes. And yeah, I got that. Got the first one right in there. And then shift this one over. Okay. Front idlers are on. Right there. Come on. Focus. Nope. Okay. Where are we at? 11:29. Hour and a half till polymaker time. Parts are labeled. Yes, they are. Did that. Did that. I already slid those in. They'll slide right out. And we're going to flip it over and do the XY joint. XY joint. Another one, tops of them, and the X carriage. So I did have to print the mod X carriage, which this could use. I know this isn't yours, Yeri. I know someone modified this. It could use a couple of little tweaks. For one, the little built-in support does not exist in the mod. So, but organic supports worked really well. So that wasn't too bad. But the fit around the carriage, it could probably use a 1/10 of a millimeter or more, a little clearance here. I know it's not your thing. Someone modified it, but if you're hosting it, Should probably address things if they're reported anyway. It's worth addressing. Solid fork, a smaller Trident version with 1515. That's exactly what it is. What printer were the parts printed on? All of these were printed on my purple Trident. It's kind of cleaning things up. Same thing here. There's a little raised spot there I'm going to avoid. Those don't really matter. Spot there. There's one there. So is this a whole new one, or are you editing? I'm rebuilding the old one. I'm rebuilding the first one. So we didn't go through building the frame, for instance. We started with an assembled frame with the rails already installed. I wasn't going to redo those. What's your opinion on ABS glass fiber for a Voron build? It's fine. I haven't had any trouble with my builds with glass fiber. Or carbon fiber. Sleepy kitties, yep. Marcus, thanks for becoming a member. How many people do we have? I haven't been paying attention. Almost 300. 116 likes. We need to get that number up. Avoid breathing that stuff in. Yep. Yep. Okay. Those are done. Those are done. That's done. We need to put heat sets at the bottom of these. Is it safe to file? I won't say that it's safe. The little bit that I'm generating here, I'm not worried about. But you should take care of or consider your own degree of how much you're concerned. I'm gonna hold that just so I can hold this flat. I'm not generating a bunch of airborne particulates with that file, with the tiny bit that I'm pulling off of these. I think if there's a tiny little bit here. There we go. That's what I'm generating. Try to give some subs and just got a weight spin for 2 minutes. I was getting that on Grant's stream. So I was on Grant's stream earlier and I hit the gifted sub membership thing and it just sat there and spun. And while it was sitting there and spinning, Grant said, "Do not donate this stream. Go over and donate to Reth's nonprofit instead." So I didn't. I'll catch it next stream. Which heat cert? So this is the VLMP from Vector 3D. Been doing that for me across several creators. Okay, maybe something going on with YouTube's. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Back to here. More dust outdoors in your heater system, that little sanding. I'm not gonna dismiss it, like totally dismiss it. I think that folks, if they're concerned about it, they should definitely take precautions. But thanks for being a member, Tuxedo. Okay, so in 2x12s, we should have a bunch of those in here that we used. Yep, that's what those are. So let's put these away. Hey, Wolf Pup. Welcome. I think we're gonna go. Popping in for a bit. Hey, PF Dennis. A lot happening today. Hopefully fun, good stuff. Okay, so that's gonna go on there. The kitties are getting bigger. They are. Way too quickly. They are, so today's the 22nd. So they're about 3 months and 10 days. 3 months and 10 days old. Ooh, your mom's 95th birthday. Well, happy birthday to her. That's incredible. Using any thread lock on those screws, they always seem to slip for me. I don't tend to use thread lock when I'm clamping plastic. Because I think if it's going to loosen up because of plastic creep or anything, it's going to loosen up anyway, and thread lock isn't going to help that. So I think it's better to just check them. Check them on a regular basis. Hey, Wally. When you have a rigid, like a aluminum to aluminum, then thread lock is going to keep things from loosening up. But the plastic, I think, has a tendency to keep it from loosening, but until it creeps or it compresses or whatever, right? Does that seem? That's my line of thought anyway. Ooh, your dad is 100 in May. Congrats. Why am I missing a screw here? There it is. Logic seems good. Hey, Reth. You have a good time? It looked like you were having a good time on Grant's stream. I watched as long as I could before I had to prep for this. Okay, those are there. Let's see, I wonder how, well, this is going to be RepRap Firmware, so we'll see what input shaping looks like on that. You did fine. You did more than fine, Ref. Okay, I think we can flip this back over. Going to take, which one? Left. So left is going to be, did I install those backwards? I did install those backwards, didn't I? I think I installed them on the wrong side. I did. I gotta redo that. I put them on the wrong side. I'm on the opposites. I blame the upside down. Ooh, I wouldn't do that, Mary. I know it might be valid, but especially if you're threading into aluminum or something, that's a really bad idea. Is input shaper in RepRap 3.6, which should be the beta by the time you get to installing. It's printing as well as Clipper for me. Still not as nice of tools. Yeah, and that's the big thing, is all the nice shake and tune stuff that's available for the Clipper users. Reth does have a YouTube channel. Yep. He has posted videos explaining input shaping on there. Reth, are you still here? If you want to, hey, Reth, if you want to DM me or your channel address, I'll post it in. I'll post it in chat. RepRap Firmware is RepRap Firmware, especially with Duet. I haven't experienced it with the Mellow and Team Gloomy stuff yet, but RepRap Firmware with Duet, and it may be with the other, we'll find out in this build, is consistently easy with setting up CAN. It's consistently easy. You can have a smooth process for setting up CAN with Clipper, but you see a lot more reports of edge cases causing issues with the RepRap Firmware and Duet stuff. There's a default CAN ID, which makes things makes things way easier. Okay, so that is the correct way. I can't find this kit anywhere. Solid fork. Who is carrying solid fork kits these days? I would check all your normal 3D printer suppliers, your Fabricos and West 3D, and your European suppliers, and your KB3D, and those. Well, I think a bigger thing is just the implementation and the CAN FD and stuff like that in the RepRap Firmware realm. I mean, I don't know, but I suspect that if it had been decided on early, I think there should be able to be like a default address system in Clipper. There just isn't, and I'm not sure why. Maybe somebody could explain. Yeah, exactly what you're saying there, Sergey. Why didn't they go with something that you have a default? 99 or more % of your CAN users with Clipper are going to have one CAN device. A single CAN device. You can have one address, and then just a method like RepRap Firmware does of just changing. You hook up one, you change the address, then you hook up the next one. It takes that default ID, you change it, and then you plug in the next one. Here is Reth's channel, so be sure you check that out. But do you need CanFD to be able to do that? I'd be surprised if you need CanFD to be able to do that. There's other things, and I couldn't explain them. There's other reasons why CanFD is useful. Now, this is still seems wrong. What am I doing wrong here? Did I have that correct the first time? Did I really have that correct the first time? No, that goes there. That's what's going on. Okay, that goes there, and that goes there. Okay. I like unicorns. Okay, so we are going to grab this one. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this one first. We're gonna follow this, which means we need to grab our others and pull the bits apart. Big one for CanFD is bandwidth. Can support up to 30 devices. Might get into big CNC, maybe. Yeah. It's tight into the plastic. It's really tight into the plastic. These two. Are you still here, Yeri? I noticed something when I was going through here. I was super aggravated by having to subscribe to comment on Grant streams, so I did not. Oh. Are you still here? If you're not, that's okay. Yep, you're still here. Just tried to do some moving. The engine stopped running. It sounds like there's no... Oh, no. Oh no. Okay, so what I noticed on here, and I've noticed this on the other printers too, there's some rubbing there. Is there any correction in the new parts for that? Belts rubbing on the XY joints. Our Reth will love this. I'm sure you've seen this. Oh, not what I want to do. Okay. Okay, all these parts. Belt paths were adjusted in collaboration with RK. Awesome. That's good to hear. That will be fixed on the other printers at some point too. There are minuscule misalignments in the pulley locations. Yep. Okay, bunch of bearings. Good to hear. All these M3x8s I can reuse. I probably have a whole bin full of them in various little miscellaneous part bins. So these are M3x25s. Yep. Go here. And does this does not, oh no, does this get a washer? Does this get a washer? Because I don't see a little printed in spacer there. So this doesn't indicate a washer, but there isn't a printed in spacer on the top. There is on the bottom. Should this have had the printed spacer there, Yeri? Because it is there is one here. There's a spacer on the bottom, but the top floats. Is it because it's less than 0.5 millimeter that's there? Because I don't know if I agree with that, because it's basically just going to spread your belts. It's never going to stay together and float. When you have a bearing stack like this, it's going to split instead of pull away. So you're always going to be rubbing on that top part if you don't put some sort of spacer there. And this is in the correct printing orientation to just put a spacer there. I'm going to see if it'll fit, because otherwise this is just going to rub there, and that's going to show up in our graphs. And I'm assuming that's the same thing here. I'm guessing that's the same thing here. You want it to float, but I don't think floating is a good idea here. So I may not be able to do this. I'm gonna throw this on and see if it'll work. I'll add it to the list to double check. If there's room, I'll add it in. Well, if there's no room, then that means that this bearing is riding on the plastic. So I am going to flip this on its back. That way I don't have to. This will go on here a little better, I think. And that is on this side. That side. Those that are new here, we normally have folks who give memberships away regularly. Currently, YouTube's membership server is having a problem today. Uh-oh, did I just lose? Yes, I did lose the washer. Okay. How did I? There's a space there. So where am I losing the washer from? Okay. It's gonna go. It didn't come from here. I think it just fell off the table. Oh. You still like the stream? Yes, absolutely. You can still like the stream. Still like the stream, and if you have a need for Polymaker Filament, there's a affiliate link down there, and there's an Amazon link. Okay, it's not a great view, but those are in there. Let's see how things are lining up. Yeah, I think putting that washer in there is fine. Young Kim, welcome. Yeah, Zhang, is that right? There's a space, yeah. I'm trying to catch up. The washer did fit. Yeah, it seems to have. It seems to have. I've got good smooth movement here and here. No up and down play. Like I said, the concern I have is if you allow that to float on a bearing stack, it's not gonna really float. It's just gonna split the bearings and it's gonna ride on the plastic. So I think that's okay. Is this still the, yep, those go through there. There. I mean, I would just to make assembly easier, I would just model in a 0.4 millimeter thick shim there, because I bet you 0.4 is fine. for that. Okay, this is probably telling me to put the extrusion in there first. No, it's not. Those two, and then the other side, the other bearing. Oh, and then we go through here and then we put that in. Okay, so we should only need, okay. We already have this assembled, so I wonder if I should slide this thing in there now instead of trying to do it after all of this is assembled. Here, Chapman. Hi, Nicola. What chamfering tool are you using for PTFE tubes? I purchased a 60 degree chamfering tool, this guy, off of Amazon. It is a 3-flute, well, it's called a 3-flute center or reamer. That's the part number. If you ever want to pause, but this is what it looks like. And I just do this by hand, and it works well. He had Grant Stream open and muted, which was redirected. Oh yeah, I have that happen all the time. Okay, we are going to need 1 in the bottom or 2 in the bottom and 4 in the top. So 2 in the bottom, 4 in the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. Move these in a bit. Push them out for. So then, oops, I did that wrong. So I need to take 1, shift it. Otherwise, our LDO text on the carriage is upside down. So there we go. All is better. Slide in there. Just right there. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how this is coming together. Move this out of the way. Some space to work. What hot end goes into this? I will be using the Revo PZ. Oh. 3x8. Guessing. It's right there, but it's not reaching. Try shifting this way. Now 1 extra millimeter would make this way easier. That worked, but yes, Bill, that's not an excuse. You're just looking for an out. You can't have an out. How's the solid fork micron compared to 2 point? It's just smaller. A little more fiddly to work on because you're dealing with 1515. Similar issues, similar challenges to a, oh, what did I lose? Oh, I don't think I actually lost anything. Will hold up well enough to make other probing methods obsolete. I don't know. It's not as high a flow solution as others that are out there. So that's going to be a limiting factor in its adoption. Temperature limits and cost are also a consideration. Well, you can run, well, sure, but 75C chamber is, you're limiting your audience a lot less than they were when they rated it 60. Can you set a max Excel just for the Z-tilt? Can you set Excels in a macro? If you can, then you could, but I'm not sure. 75 is a really toasty chamber. Cost is definitely. All these out of here. Oop. No. When you have to look for special bearings, whatnot. 75, you're on the edge there, Dext. So that's what I'm saying. For the vast majority of people are not going to be approaching 75. You're printing ABS and stuff really well in the 60C range. The PZ has 75C max chamber temp. Yep. They had originally rated it to 60. They have revised their rating. Their original was more conservative. Let's come this winter if I can get out. Yes, for sure. Okay, same thing. We are going to have this on here. So we are going to have a idler there and an idler there. What model of tool head? I am going to be using a dragon burner on here. And the extruder will be determined after 3D Printopia. But we're definitely using a Revo PZ. And I already have it. I bought two from Illustrutor when they were still in stock, because I wanted extras to have to try on different printers. Okay, so that's there. And this has the little ledges, little stops on those. So let's see if we can do this again. Oh, dunk. Okay, we have all that. Let's just go in. Probably. No, it's not work. This is going to be best. Extruder will be determined or will be disclosed. It'll be yes. Kind of a bit of both. I'm doing this on the side because I think it's going to be easier to keep things from falling apart. I could do it upside down as well, but let's grab a... See ya, John. Have a good one. just touching, just tightening these to touching. I think that's working pretty well. Okay, now while it's here, shift. Push this in there, to there, there. Get these guys in. There we go. Cool. That worked. What do we, oh yeah, we're little stops I have on the rails. So that's good. Don't want these actually tight yet. This to be able to shift in there. 12:07. A little under an hour till Polymaker time. Away. Hey, Lee Marie. Let's just pull these all the way to the bottom. There we are. It'd be easier to assemble the gantry outside the printer and then bolt it to the Y rails, or is there a good reason to do it inside the printer besides it according it is kind of according to the manual. I could go either way. Set this here, this all the way forward. I'm gonna try to put these screws. Can't really see it to see if I'm in the right spot. What size screw is this? An M3 by 20. Button head M3 by 20. This was a socket head before, so I may have to dive into the... It's a 25. Let's grab it from the bin. Hey Zarp. Gonna run to see Armor 3D. Check the rest later. Yeah, I'll see you at IRF. Let's see if that is in the spot. Haha, I got it. It's almost Surftopia time. Yeah, I am so looking forward to it. Let's see how I can do that twice. I can. I got them both. Okay. Now, look at this. Make sure that this thing is kind of centered on there. See you, PF Dennis. I'll see you this weekend. Very much looking forward to it. What size were these? I think these two were the ones. One in on the top. These were 3 by 25s, not these. That's a 20. There's a 25. And where's the other 25? Lose it somewhere else. Another M3 by 25 socket head. Goes in the top here. That didn't fit. And 3 by 25, right? No, 35. And 3 by 35. Okay, that's why I didn't have two of them. That guy, that guy. Actually, I want to loosen that. I want to shift things around. Go. Making sure the plastic is lined up here. Kind of is lined up over there. Now this. We'll index it there against the front. We're just going to have this pressed against a common stop on each side before we tighten all this down. Yeah, if you can on these Yeri, I would suggest sinking these M3x8s in 1 millimeter, and I think you'll be fine across different extrusion profiles. It'll make the assembly just a little bit easier. Oh, almost got it. Okay, that is there. Pull these little stops I have on here off. There we go. Make some test parts and ask the beta team to check their profile. Absolutely. Check it all. I'm just one data point here. One opinion. Okay. Gantry assembly. Oh, this is the other XY joint. Okay, so I did all this basically. And I don't remember what, was this part of the previous iteration, or did I already have this, so I decided to use the C. So this is a shorter carriage here. The spec build is the MGN9H. I have an MGN9C. I don't remember if this was because that was the spec before, or if it's something I already had and I just decided to use. But that's why this is a little wider. You can kind of visually kind of see the comparison. This is quite a bit wider, the H. Originally it was C, but the spec changed to H with the release of Boop, I see. We did this, we did that, we did those, and then we're not doing clicky, so I'm going to skip this part. Oscar is up. Oscar is up. Oscar is back. Got 8 legs of companion there, Zarp. Okay, so we're skipping all this. I'm not doing, I printed some of these parts because I hadn't decided when I was printing, but we're going to skip that. We don't have the rails in the back. It's going to make it nice and clean. It was a short-lived room. Yeah. They do that a lot. They get up and then decide, it's not time yet. It's like me in the morning. I get up and I decide, no, I need another 5 minutes. Okay, carriage and belts. Oh, does that? Huh. I think while I'm here, I am going to put these lower heat sets in. It gives me an opportunity to mount something, like if I want to do a different ADXL or something. I think I'm going to throw those heat sets in. So heat sets in the various parts of this. You see, this is he's cleaning, but that's going to turn into biting and fighting. We'll see. Keep an eye on him. I bet you it turns into some It's prep. Just another 5 minutes can be dangerous. It can turn into 2 hours. Mm-hmm. Okay, more heat set time. This is, I mean, I just turned it on. It will be at temperature probably by the time I can get heat sets out and sit down to do this. And basically it's already at 220, 230, 240, 250. There we are. 260. That's why I like the Pine-Sol for this, or TS100. Those are good too. It's just this is $30. Pine-Sol is cheap. Some droopy. Ow! Heat sensor hot. There we go. Hey R3D Remy. Was attempting to set that to press them in. Right now it's set to 265. I usually set it to 250. I think I was probably doing a different material, but it's fine. Actually, that one didn't go in quite as straight as I would like. You going to use Boop with RepRap? No, I'm going to use Revo PZ. I don't have a super stable surface to do that on, so making sure it's straight. There we are. How you been liking the Vitali tap? It is continuing to run on the purple, or the teal, purple, and pink Trident. It's running fine. I printed this at Orange County Maker Faire on that Trident we've been working on Tuesday. This print here took 1 hour and 3 minutes. The max print speed was set to 350 for most features. External parameters were, I think, 200 or something. And then max excels was set to 20K, and external params, I think I set to like 5K or 4K. But everything else was at 20K. Infill and internal parameters and stuff. It is the, what purple is this? It's an ABS. I think it's just, is it KVP purple? One of those. But anyway, it turned out really good. This is another fun print we did at Orange County. I printed the purple on that Trident. The black was on my purple Trident. And this is LDO's blue ABS. I printed on a V0. And this is I think this is a 75% scale drippy bucket. And then this is KVP dark teal on the green V2. And that's always a fun demo print to do it. And this had a Revo PZ. Yeah, vase mode. Fun prints. Okay, that is done. So we need to put a couple of hex nuts in there. Wonder how well they're going to stay in there. That's not really Hilbert curve. Well, the first layer is. It's not the rest of it. But yeah, it turned out pretty good. Never mind, that is. It's just the first layer. I thought it might be the pattern of the triangles, the rest of the print. Okay, this guy. Okay, hopefully those will stay in there and not just fall out. Nope. Down the SL for pyramid once. My PC was not a fan. No, it does take a while to slice, doesn't it? Push those straight in. Come on. Why are you not going in? The other one went in. Why are you not one? Come on. That does not want to go in. One of those still, the heat set presses in general are very handy. I'm a believer. I use it, like I said, I use it for probably 90+% of my, there we go. 90+% of my heat set needs are with a press now. There we go. Those are, hey SM. Insert the M3 nuts, thin tool, and then we get to belt it up. And M3x8s to hold it to the carriage. Hey, Iconic Fab. Yep, I will be building Iconic Fab's 0 press with my other pine sol I just got. So, belting time. I'm going to reuse the belts that I had because they have no time on them. I just have to be able to untangle them from the mess of old parts. Pine sol is awesome and heat sets are the way to go. Okay, so I am going to double check that these are the same length. So we're just going to run these through teeth by teeth. So those are, what's your take on using just the MGN rail or X? They do not have a spec for their, how straight they are along that plane. So at our sizes, you can probably get away with it in most applications, but you're not guaranteed to have a straight rail in that direction. It relies on you bolting it to something for its for it to be straight, and so I'm not a big fan, but I understand that it is, I mean, designs get away with it and it works okay. Okay, I think I'm 1 tooth off on one of these, so just double checking that I've got my mesh here correctly. Yeah, I'm 1 tooth off. So I am going to cut 1 tooth off of this side. Cut that tooth off right there, and that will get me to the same size on both. This little extra bit can be cut off there. Correct over here. Good. So, text up. Are these rails intended for extrusions, or was that just a thing 3D printing pushed? I think that it is something that they can be bolted to. I think the actual proper way to do it would be to machine a reference surface on the extrusions. If you machined a reference surface, I don't know if it matters at the sizes and the things that we do though. So yeah, they'd be bolted to some sort of flat surface. Okay, we are belting this and we are going to go, I guess we will just do this side first. So this is going to be here. That goes that way. This goes this way. So this goes into here. This can get loosened up. Linear rails are commonly used in industrial machines. EMGN are considered micro or mini rails. I just checked what the pine saw cost here in Germany. I have to pay 65 euros for it and 55 euros for the tips. Ouch. I bought mine from their Euro store. This is where the party is. Welcome, Neppin. Okay, so that is going there. This is coming through here, around the idler, back through here, past all of this. That can go back in there. Right? I think that's right. And then I'll end up loosening this completely later into solid fork bomb. It's using NEMA 14. It's using NEMA 14s. Make sure I'm still, yep, I'm still text in the correct direction. This comes through back here. You need to come down. There we go. Now we're smooth. And then go up past where the pulley is, and then down, and see if we can get into that spot. I don't know if we can. On a bigger printer, this is a pretty good way to do it. Let's try instead go straight out this way. Pre-bend this. My party? Well, this is a party, right? Everybody here agrees this is a party. Oh, it's to go that way. That's what I'm doing wrong. Here, let's do this again. Come up through here. And then back through right here. Right here. Then we can fold that around. Is that correct? Come on. There we go. Right there like that. Yep, that's right. They, Oscar and Felix, look a lot like Angus's little cat maker coin now. If anybody saw Angus's video yesterday with the FPV cat robot, or cat toy, mouse toy. Okay, through here and back through. Come on. Come on. Right there. Now, yep, there we go. That's one belt ran. We'll make sure everything's up on the correct spots in a bit. But that's one. It should be flipped and they would be close to you. Yeah, I know. It's very close. But it's basically, he made a maker coin that is a two cats. And he happened to print it in orange and black. Now, Angus also has a void kitty, but his other cat is what, white, more calico? I don't remember exactly what the other cat coloring is. Hey, look at that. It is the rare length of belt that can go upside down or right side up. It's a rare length of Gates belt. Well, his is a maker coin. So Angus's is a maker coin. The chips, his is the traditional maker coin. The chips are what K2 Kevin made. So I know I made that mistake of calling the chips coins in my Twitter post, but in this case, I was using the correct terminology. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so we're gonna go this way. I stand corrected or sit is the case. This comes around here. The style does make for easy front idler belting. I think Grant should have tried that. Yep, okay. Are you tough? There we go. There we go. What did Yeri say? What size bed is that? This is a 120. So this is, according to Yeri, this is the one and only serialed 120 millimeter build solid fork. Okay, there are our belts. We have 26 minutes till giveaway time. We're at almost 300 people and 171 likes. That's pretty good. We could do better. That's pretty good. This printer is a result of a Trident and V0 having a child. Sort of. It is definitely inspired by the parts catalog from a V0, and then just the general idea that Yeri wanted a small Trident, which is good. It's awesome. Okay, these are gonna go here, and then we need some M3x8s to fasten it. Here's one, but I'll just grab 4. Do I have 4 in here? I have 6 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, don't knock it. Been here since 85 likes and I refuse to refresh. Fair. Okay, so this is gonna go through here and up. There's no real, this just goes through and up, right? And then this just kind of hangs? Or is there a, let's look at the instructions. What does it say? Route the belts through the highlighted holes in the carriage and be certain to have an equal length on all sides after going through the holes. They don't route through those forward holes. They route from the back. Okay, so it should say from the back through those holes. And then, is there anything? So did they, oh, do I have the belts backwards? Don't tell me I have the belts backwards. Did you flip the belts on this, Yeri? Did you flip the belts on this? Nice, the GPs. Fun. Did you flip the belts on this? It's hard to tell from the picture here. It's the same as Trident? Oh, okay. The resolution made it look like there might be teeth on the back side of this. Okay, I have the belts correct. I was just curious if there was anything, or does the belt just kind of hang out? It's okay, I think. If it just kind of hangs out. There are teeth on the back here that are showing that this is the way this needs to go. Teeth face the front of printer. Okay. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure because I wasn't quite sure. Come on, go in there. So don't tell me it's like asking for people tying what he did wrong. Wouldn't make sense otherwise. Well, there are reasons. There are potential reasons for flipping the belts. Could be. Let's get extra droopy filament pieces. Okay, why are you not going through? I'm dealing with extra short belts here since I'm reusing the belts. There we go. Flipping the belts would require major design changes. Mostly in the rear AB drive stuff, but it's not out of the question. There could be reasons to do so. Okay, so that being on there just enough, and then we'll put that there. I like the way Armchair does belts with the pins. Hey, Ajax. They would end up the wrong way in the tensioners, wouldn't they not? Yeah. But I mean, we're using bearing stacks anyway, so would it matter? The only place that it matters is that the teeth engage with the steppers. Okay, so I need to loosen my idlers. So let's go through and do that. Let's make sure I'm all the way back at the end of the travel. Okay, so I've loosened it to where the screw head is no longer touching the plastic, and now I'm going to take it in until it just touches, just to make sure they're both the same. Right there. And we'll do the same over here. I have messed with the pin stuff. It's okay. You know what I really like is Apex's clips. If you've seen those or not. It's another very compact, very sturdy method of attaching the belts. Okay, so pull that out. Take that down to just touching. I think my preference right now is Apex's clips. I have done the pins and it can be quite fiddly. Okay, so we're gonna pull these. There we go. pull these to about the same point. Same on either side. Go right there on that side. The apex clip's a little wedge thing that secures about. Yes. Yes, I think it's. I think the pins are a very clever solution. As you guys have heard me talk about, one of the things I really like in this space, in this hobbyist space, is coming across clever solutions for problems. So I think the pins is very clever. I think the clips are also clever, and I think I prefer the clips. Okay, so I'm just gonna secure this just enough to go through and make sure that all of my belt are riding in the right spots on the bearings, so I don't have a false sense of, yep, that one was off, so a false sense of everything being even. And then we're gonna look, we have, everything is the same length, everything. Let's try that right there. So let's tighten this down. My comment was the bearing stacks. I need to check out the carriage solution. What we're talking about, belt attachment or bearing stacks? Belt attachment was the current topic. Okay, now we get to, so everything rides. The belts are still loose, but things are moving. Correct. Need to get a little bit of tension on the, let's put this back there. And to just, I'm just gonna move the same amount in increments all the way around. Let's go one more round of that. I've got about 1.5 millimeters that I've adjusted these belts now. And they're probably really close to where they need to be. Tighten until you hear a crack, then loosen one turn. Those all look good. Now what I want to do is try to get a view, maybe from the back here, making sure that my belts are riding on the pulleys correctly. And it looks like this pulley could go down and this one can go down. So both pulleys on the steppers need to go down because they're flat. Let's loosen that one. The belt is riding on the flange, on the bottom flange. So I'm gonna loosen this one and come back up here. Loosen this, push the pulley down a bit. Get in there and push that down. It's not pushing down. Why are you not pushing down? Come on. The pulley is stuck on the stepper. It's not pushing down. So you probably need to pull the stepper and adjust to make sure that it is free it up. It's probably locked up from tightening the grub screws previously. So What can cause a drop in resistance and movement? In this state, my zero have a bald spot or something. Are you talking about, like, if you let your, I mean, any printer, but it seems to be really easy to tell on a V0. If you let it set for a while and you move the gantry around, there are spots where it seems like it is moving a little extra easy, right? And I think that's where the belts have kind of formed around the idlers and the motors. Does that make sense? And am I interpreting what you're asking about correctly? I think it's just where okay, so let's pull this out. Try to do this in situ. Come on. You went in there. You should be able to come out. There we go. Oh, and now the pulley came right off. Yeah, I think it's where the pulley is kind of conformed to the, I mean, the belt is kind of conformed to the pulleys. Okay, so this is we're going to use Yeri's little tool here to align this. And here, that's what's going on. So that is what's going on here. This is not lined up because the flat spot in the stepper, you see where the grub screw, oh, come on, give me some focus. See where the grub screw is going right on the edge of the flat spot? It's not allowing it to move down far enough to align correctly. And that's these flat spots. If you're going to put a flat spot on the stepper, make it go all the way down. Let's see. How am I going to fix that? How am I going to fix that? I can use a Dremel and I can grind that flat spot a little further down. It needs to be. I don't think I can get enough purchase on this with just my file, and I'll be here forever if I try to do that. Making a spacer to move the motor down is going to change the amount of threads we're engaging with the mounts. So that's not ideal. It's not a bad idea, but it's not ideal, especially if we need to move more than 1 millimeter or so. I think I am going to break out the Dremel and fix that. We've got 10 minutes till giveaway time. Well, that's what someone was just suggesting, Yeri, but you lose thread engagement in your motor mount screws. I mean, the other thought is we could put this on and not use the flat of the stepper, and maybe that's what I'll do for right now, just because I don't really want to. So I can just use, I mean, we're using 2 grub screws. We just move it down a bit and tighten down on the round part of the shaft. I think that might be the thing for on stream. Let's put it right there for now. Yeah, and Loctite is definitely a good idea. These did have Loctite on it. I can feel it, but we'll freshen it up. Where is my Loctite? Guess I'll use the... there we go. That'll work. Loctite is anaerobic. It is sitting there, not dry. I'm turning the pulley 90 degrees, basically, from where it was. It's too low. It has to be in this spot. Push the shaft further into the motor's rotor. Sure, that's a thing we could do. Steppers are very, I would guess, very sensitive to stuff like that. Okay, so that is back on. Thought about using a lathe built jig that holds a file in exactly the right place to extend the flat. Yeah, something would be handy, but I think this is valid. I don't think it's going to hurt. There are pre-press fit motors out there. Get the bigger hammer out. And that was a quick swap out in place. I'm going to do the other one. I shouldn't have to do that. I should be able to use the flat on the other one. Let's get the tension back up on here. Thought a circling or something would stop the shaft from moving. Is it interference to the rotor circlip? I don't know if the construction method for all of these. I know some of them I've pulled apart. The stepper shaft is kind of knurled and then pressed into the stator. Is that right? Okay, so we're starting right over with just getting these. I'm pulling back on the belt and tightening the screws down until they just touch the plastic so they're all consistent and straight. That way now we're going to go one, two, do this 3 times. That's about where we were before. Yep. Everything's lined up. It's on all the things. Riding up on any bearings. Move this. Stator, not rotor. Keep thinking stator is stationary. And then this. Oh, I got it. So your little jig, got this one just right on. I see light above and below the belt. So sighting in here and looking at the flanges on the pulley. And as I've moved this around to kind of stabilize settle the belt, I can see light on above and below the belt on the pulley. So that I'm going to call good, and I'm going to tighten it down. I hadn't tightened it yet. And then the other one, since we don't have to worry about that flat spot, we're just going to adjust it now. There it is. This one needs to move down. Try that. There we go. See light above and below. There we go. Okay. Did I just see an engraved bed of Steve Builds? No. Where? There's a honey badger bed on here. But, oh, is this the one? Does this one have? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I do have a, I'd forgotten all about that. I'd forgotten all about that. Who did that? Who was it that did that? Was that Hector? Pretty sure that was Hector that did that. You weren't going crazy. I thought I was. Hey, Stefan. There we go. Now I got that through there. Love to have that in the front instead of the back. Right, and it would be on the front in a V0. It would be in the front on a V0. But it had to have been Hector. It's all Hector's stuff here. The heater on the bottom is a honey badger heater too. Okay, we have 2 minutes until giveaway time. What am I supposed to do with these belts? Are they going to get in the way? No, I'm just going to leave them right there. They're not going to get in the way. They're going to be just fine. So yeah, there was a guy who would do that. Brad, he got busy with stuff. So it got tough to get a hold of him. That's okay. You got a laser engraver you could play with. Not anything that would do this very well. I just have a diode laser. Okay, that is all. The gantry is done. It is belted. It is good. We are moments away from giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. This is looking good. 2 minutes for me to lose the giveaway. You never know. I'm just kind of keeping, I think I'm pretty even on the front idlers. Oh, well, let's see. Let's see where we're at with tension. Let's see where we're at with belt tension. Nope, not that one. That one. Everything's somewhere around 150 millimeters of thing, so we'll go to about out there. The blue pieces are carbon fiber ASA from 3DO. No worries. 2.1 on that side. .2 on that side. PF meters will be on sale at 3D Printopia. Save me one. I wanted to get a second one. I actually placed an order at West 3D for some fan stuff yesterday. I was going to order another one, but they were out of stock. So I'm going to increase this side tension by just a quarter of a turn. You do it on both screws. .9, what? Oh, I did read it wrong. It is 1.9 and 1.8. I'm sorry. I had it backwards. Oh. Let's do that again, because I just adjusted the wrong side. But I want a little extra tension, so we're going to go a little more than a quarter turn on this side. This is the side that needed more. It happens. And this is just preliminary numbers. This is just, it is giveaway time. Well, I adjusted it and I'm still getting 1.9. See what I get here. Okay, we're right at just a hair over 2. So let's adjust this side. Engagement trap. I wish I could say it was just an engagement trap. Anybody who's been watching me long enough knows the scattered brain can... There we go. 2.1 that time. I'll blame it. I'm looking at a monitor. I'm not actually looking at the gauge. I'm looking at a monitor. It's the monitor's fault. Hey, I got it the same on both sides. It's 2.1 on both sides now. 2.1 on both sides. Yep, I like this tool. I think it's worth it. Okay. Polymaker filament giveaway. I will be closing the form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. While you're putting in your last second entries, I got to bring up the wheel of names and get things cleared out. Steve builds 3 seconds. And let's see. We have, how many people do we have here? How many likes? We haven't hit 200 likes yet, but we have 330 people. I bought it pre-printed. The print quality on it is phenomenal. I'm not exactly sure who does those. If it's PF Makes or if it's Justin or who, but I didn't want to deal with it, and the print quality was phenomenal. Okay. 3 seconds. Starting now. 3. Oh, yeah. 3. Did we get our 200 likes? Yes, we got up to 211. 2. 3. 2. 1. 3. 2. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, done? Are we done? It looks like we're done. Nope, we're not done. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Done. 269. You couldn't hold out long enough to submit? Okay, Tuxedo, you got the very first entry in. Who got in that last one? Jarrett V. Jarrett V. Been away for a bit. Is Charlie? And Charlie is not. About a year ago. About a year ago, he finally succumbed to his illnesses. Okay. This is Oscar and Felix in the kitty cam. Nappin, you were third from last. Yep. I was racing to pull up the form. Yep, you just barely got in there. Well, I mean, when I get close to a nice number, I can wait a second, right? Okay, what are we going to do? We have, what is this? How close were you to Tuxedo? You were third entry. You were the third entry. We have 5 more days until the first day of 3D Printopia. So let's go do a number between 1 and 5. I'm sorry, Anton. It was tough. Last to enter wins. Chat overlay is partially hiding the list. Oh, yeah. That is true. That's okay. Oh, that's weird. Andrew, you were 4th. I'm sorry. I was incorrect. It was 4th. What do we got here? We have Scotty Dog. You said 4, so let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and spin. It's true. I don't know how I do a fractional spin or shuffle though. Ivan Matasic, are you here? Congratulations. You have 2 minutes to respond. 2 minutes. Ivan Matasic. How do you say that? The accented C. Does that? Ivan, you got to say something in chat. Bonus points. You don't get anything extra, but bonus points if you tag me. Matasic? Matasic. Ivan Matasic. Thank you. Congrats. Are you here? Are you here, or are you a potential Polar Ted Club member? Ivan, are you here? If you are in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the Polymaker store, which doesn't necessarily have to be used for filament. If you are outside the US or Canada, you get to pick a roll of filament to get sent to you. Right here, it's a pretty long list of filament. Good selection. Ivan, are you here? We have, I don't know how long, because when I touched the timer, it stopped. I have no idea why it stopped. Let's give you 1 minute. You have 1 minute from now. The @ is not always a good indicator, so we will give them a moment, but I think something happened with my watch, so a minute passed, over a minute passed, so it's generous giving a full minute. 27 seconds. And for some reason, I think the latest update got rid of my history, because usually 2 minutes comes up as an option to pick, and it was 1 or 5, so that's kind of part of the reason why I just said 1 minute more. Yeah, that's what I was hinting at. You can use it for a poly dryer. You can use it for anything on the store. Yep, new Polar Ted Club member. The new update, yeah. So, okay, let me see. How do I put in a, here, let's do up and 2. Okay, so the next one will be ready. Let's do a really creative number between 1 and 10. 1 and 10. New shuffle. New shuffle. Ivan is an inductee to Polar Ted Club. I don't know how much track. I'm not keeping track. If anybody wants the role that is a member, I have a role in Discord. Andy, 13 is not between 1 and 10. R. Chapman, you said 9. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and spin. What do we got? Square root of 2. Admiral Adama, didn't you say you had to go earlier? Are you back? Are you here? Admiral Adama, congratulations. But I'm pretty sure they said they had to go earlier. Nope, you're there. Awesome. Congrats. Did you say something earlier? Did you leave for a bit? Am I remembering right? Congrats. This is not the first time you've won, right? You've won before, I think. Honeydews, yep. I thought I remembered seeing something. Oops. Okay. Admiral Adama. Second time. That's what I thought. See? I remember. Here, check this out. Check this out. Am I missing anything? Missing? You have an email from me. All done. I've been staging those. Ahead of time, so I don't have to remember and you don't have to wait. So, after a Polar Ted member, I think then too. Oh yeah? Awesome, congrats. What else do I need to do? I unpinned it. I'm gonna move over and up. Let's edit this. Delete this. And save. Awesome. I really like, if I can keep that up, I like that idea of instant results. And I don't have to remember something. You only send to Polar Ted Club members. There's going to be someone who will take offense to that. So, Ivan, you're back. And I think, unfortunately, I think we established last time this happened that if the person came back before the next roll, but the next roll had started, I would be able to do something. But unfortunately, it's all done. Condolences. But congratulations for being a Polar Ted Club member. Everything I have in my Polymaker card until it... Oh, yeah. Okay. Close. Nope, you guys are good. This is the way it rolls. This is the thing. If it goes too far outside of the thing of the rules, then eventually it starts. There will be people that will start to try to game it. So this is okay. Here, let me delete this too, so that doesn't come up next time. Ivan, if you are in the Discord and want the roll, I can give you the Polar Ted Club member roll. Rules are the same for all. It's cool. Yeah. Okay, we are on to toolhead, but we're not going to do that yet. Let's do some planning on the electronics bay, because I think that's going to be our next big part of the project. We're going to skip all of this because most of this isn't going to apply. So in general, for anybody who isn't aware, we're going to be doing Dragon Burner on here with a Revo PZ for the Z probe, and I have not fully decided on how the little PZ board is going to attach. I'll figure that out in between, and yeah, we'll figure that out after 3D Printopia. So I think the next thing is going to be looking at Wi-Fi holes. Mount an external antenna if you wish for improved reception. Nice. What, if any, LEDs you'll use on Dragon Burner? I have two more RGBW. I have two more RGBW sequins. So I'm going to use those. And I saw the mount. It's a little but I think I'm just going to use it anyway. And then just a regular NeoPixel in the upper one. I think it'll be basically the same as the Zoll setup I did. Is there an accelerometer on the PZ board? No, there is not. Still zip tied to my umbilical. Need to fix that at some point. Yeah. But the nozzle's different. I have several nozzles and I like to try the PZ. They are not. Same nozzle. Same nozzle. I am going to use the RRF36. I haven't double checked, but I suspect that should have a accelerometer built in, right? Okay, this can come around. We need to start looking at layout here. Okay, so we've got this, we've got the LED mounting, breaking and routing the wires is the biggest issue I've had with DB. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. Yes, on the accelerometer, yeah. So let's grab the board, let's grab the power supply. Board. And let's grab the mounts for all this. That way I don't have to rub everything around on the I think that'll work. So we've got various mounts for things. Let's go ahead and attach all of this. You'd be interested to see JBC soldering handles. I can bring one to Earth. It's way more advanced than a Weller. Is that one of the really short, the short hot side irons? I think I would really like that. My Weller, I haven't had a reason to replace it, and I don't do enough soldering for it to be worth it. But if you want to bring it, absolutely. And you had asked about other crimpers, and just a selection would be cool to see. Just your choice. Okay, so that's there. That one, oops, wrong one. That one's there. I use a WES 51 that I've had for 20 years probably. WES 51. Came out with a slick looking soldering iron. It's just expensive. It's $250. It's nice and battery powered and all that cool stuff. And it's supposed to last a long time on that battery, but that's just a lot. I can see lots of uses for it, but let's put some heat sets in these. Yeah, itty bitty. This is a 200 watt UHP power supply. Nervous about litho and heat so close? Litho and heat so close. Oh, I gotta actually turn the thing on. I didn't hit the button to turn it on. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. Well, there's quite a cord on them. I fix it one that you need to have their battery because you can't set the temperature on the iron itself. No, you can actually set it. It has, you can program it. Something about that. The iron is able to be standalone, but you can program its default temperature. So you could use that iron in like this little heat set press and just set it to 250 or whatever. And use it. Talking about the dividers there, if you go in the description of any of my videos, there's a link to my printables profile, and I've uploaded my Acro Mills inserts to printables, and in the remixes, Kyalisa did this, and you will see that in the remix links from the part. Does that make sense? UHP 200 PSUs are really small. Was barely able to fit one on the underside of my V0. Yeah, checking the remixes. Okay. Show a whole bunch of, still hot. Oh. Whole bunch of M3x6s still over here, so grab a couple of those. I don't know what direction I'm going to want to put this in, but this will be good enough. Let the butane powered ones, but have good ventilation or it triggers the CO alarm. Ah. Okay, so that's that. And then we have our Mellow Fly or Mellow Super 5. And this is the toolhead board we're going to use, which is the Fly RRF, right? Something like that. All kinds of options to hook up on there. It'll be mounted onto heatsink or some heat transfer surface. That is, yeah, a good consideration. Has anybody actually measured the temperature of these in a printer? See what they get up to? I'm just looking at this board here. Yeah, but that's what we're going to use. This guy. So I only have the 500 watt variant. Our fans move air. Do you still need the heat sink? I mean, that's why I'm wondering if it actually, if we're loading them up to the point where there is any heat being generated from them. It's getting hot, cool it down. See you, Peter. Have a good one. My main board's at 4. Tool board's a 6.2. I have the UHP 200 for 5 volts and 24 and 48 all side by side in the back of my Tri-Zero, and they get warm but not hot. Oh, let's go. Heatsink to increase air for airflow. Ooh, that doesn't really have enough room for that screw. The head is riding on the terminal block there, but it just barely fit. Hey, Adam. Well, I didn't have anything to prep for 3D Printopia, but now I do. So I gotta teach Grant how to actually belt a Trident. So I'm gonna do up some mock-up parts. Okay, we have a controller and a power supply. So we have the AC side in. Now there's not really room to do anything that way. I think this pretty much has to go back here. Something like that, and then those can just go into the side. So then our controller, we put it right here. That's power right there, but it makes the steppers from the back a little further. We do like this. We have to run power, but that's not too big of a deal. What if we just did that? And what else do we need to put under here? So 2 rows of DIN rail there and there, using these little mounts for the sides. So these would go in there like that. I got a 3D print to show off my very fast V0, but unfortunately I have other things to do that weekend. What am I missing? We've got these and these. What I did want to do, because I want to run a display, so which would be putting this into SBC mode. I was hoping a Pi A here might be able to sneak one in underneath, or I can go something like this probably, and then run I'll probably make my own little harness. Apparently I need to add some 100 ohm resistors into the harness for that to work properly. And then, except we need to power this now. It is a 24 volt bed. It is not a AC bed on here. Let me see what the rating is. No UPS or any other boards. I don't have any of the I don't have another SKSM type thing. I can't really read what the bed is. I'm guessing it's probably a 100 watt bed, which is, the question is 200 watts enough for the system at that point. NEMA 14s for the A and B steppers and NEMA 17s for the Zs. It's a good question. That could go there, but then I need to power that. The way I could power that is I have some nice little buck converters. Where did I put those? Maybe they're in the other box. Hey guys, you're starting to wake up. Is the Prusa smooth sheet best for 3D? I have no idea. It's a good layout. You want the SPI cable as short as you can and not running right over stuff. It's got tons of EMI noise. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have enough room because this would be really nice. I don't really have enough room to put it there. I don't want to crowd this too much back here. So I think if I did that and that, or even that, would be fine. I just need to get power to this guy now. Is there anything off of here that's intended to power a Pi? Does anybody, I guess we can check. Let's see. So Team Gloomy's Super 5. This is not the Pro. Do they have a, I don't think it's the Pro, is it? Just says Super 5. First pins are 5 volts, no deal. How much current is available? Yeah, that's what I was hoping to find, some kind of, I don't see a Super, all the 5s are the Pro? Okay. And the board be mounted on top of the controller. And I start running out of room, and there's not really, without getting in the way of other stuff. There's no actual labeling on this as to what it is in the first place. Let's see. Super 5 and connecting via SBC. Importing SBC during printing. Firmware file. Connecting a single board. Yeah, this is the 100 ohm resistor thing here. Connecting the pinout for the fly can be found here, and the schematic for the Duet 3 for reference can be found here. Is there anything in here about powering it? Yeah, nothing in there. What about general info? Fan modes, fan voltage, stop out voltage. Yeah, I don't see anything, but I do have, and let me grab one because I need to lay it out. I do have, I haven't tried these yet. It would be a good opportunity to try one. Got these off of Amazon a while back. A little buck converter, but it is a 5 amp, 5 volt with a 24 volt input. So, and this would fit in here pretty easy. Come off the power over here. Now it is USB-C, but I can change that. So has anybody used these? It seemed pretty nice. I think Turtle said he'd use these and had good luck with them. Still need a Pi with a RepRap board. You do not. You do not. I could run this without the Pi, but I want to run a display. So I was going to do a DSI display, like a 3.5 inch DSI display on the front here, or maybe see if I can squeeze in a 4.3 or something. So the question about the Big Tree Tech Pi 2 is running Duet SBC mode on it. I have an image. Oh, stream froze. What? Stream freeze for anyone else? It says excellent for me. Still says excellent connection for me. So, it's working. Okay. Do you want out? Oh yeah, Oscar wants out. Good job. Good job telling me. There you go. There you go. I like that he told me he wanted out. What's that converter? It's just a little buck converter off of Amazon, but it has a 5 amp output. So works fine, works fine. Cool. No, I mean, its input is 12 to 24 volts. Output is 5 volts. So I'll run it straight to the power supply, and then probably cut this and put a new connector on it. How's the other printer room build going? It's going okay. I've got a bunch of printers up in there working and everything. Yeah, it's a buck. So I'll probably find a spot for this. Maybe I can mount it back here and utilize some of this space right there. Maybe just VHB that right to the side here. That might be cool. Or actually, I'll probably make a little mount that can go here, and then I can screw this down so I can remove it and screw it in right there. Pi behind screen, buck converter where you have the Pi now. Yeah, the problem is this doesn't, I mean, I'd like to DIN rail mount this, is the thing. Not sure if that will work with our Pi 5 though, since our Pi, oh, I'm not using a 5. This is a 3A. This is a Pi 3A. Or A+. 3A+. This is because it's micro USB, and this is USB-C. So I mean, alternatively, I could put a 4 in here, but... Oh, you haven't wired one up? I could put a 4 in here, and then it just plugs directly in, but... I prefer a Pi 3.14. Of course you do, John. Of course you do. And that's going to go right about there. And we can squeeze this either way. So if we even really wanted to put a Pi 4 in here, we could. That would fit in there. We could center that. We don't really need any of the... We don't need any USB ports anyway. I guess it would sit a little higher, so maybe I would be able to plug them in right here. I bet you that would sit plenty high enough to at least use 2 and maybe all of the USB ports. Then the problem is this plugs in here. Can I get that out of the way in time? Because that ends up sticking out a bit there. Or I do it this way. It's just still a relatively short jump between these. Stream is lagging. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. That's the route I'm planning for the electronics compartment. We are at 138. I think we can go a little longer. Let's start working on planning this. So where does this? Probably pretty good right there. So I'm going to leave that on that side. We're going to cut this side. Why not power it through the GPIO? Only because this already has a connector on it. I could. If I have to cut this anyway, I could just power it onto the headers on either of these. That's true. You don't think you need USB until you do. And I mean, I might want to put a camera in here, right? So let's see, where's my Sharpie? So this side is already nice and cut. And actually, if that's about 1 millimeter off of there, this ends up being cut in about the same spot. So it's nice and... So if I just cut that right down the middle of that, that should work okay. I have a few millimeters of play in these mounts. What's the max amperage for those headers on the Pi? Well, if I use the 3A, this thing doesn't draw much power anyway. So, but we've done lots of powering the Pi through the headers on different builds with 4s and below. So, okay. You're not wrong to power it via the USB header. So on, I think, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard that on the 3s and older, the USB port is protected in some sort of protection circuitry. So there is an advantage to go through the USB port rather than the GPIO. But on the 4, that protection circuitry doesn't exist via the USB-C, so it doesn't matter which way you go. Right? I've heard that. I might be misinterpreting it. I think what I'm going to do next is get set up to cut this. I'm sure. Trash can. And a hacksaw. Headers can draw, just order the parts to make PF Dennis belt meter. Awesome. And then couple of clamps because it's easier. Maybe clamp a piece of lumber as a guide for a square cut. I'm off to bed. See ya 1 solid cube. I don't think there's any way for me to do this and not have you basically be looking at my back. There's also no easy way for me to do this and actually clamp on this board. Okay, let's rotate around this way. Really rotate it around. Cut it off of here. There we go. What do we got? Here we have your back. Hey Hendrik, how are you? I'm gonna see you in a few days. Pivot, exactly. Thanks for being a member, Adam. There, and a little additional guide. Speed square helps line up the saw blade. Freehand. Actually, my fingers work really well to line up as well. That's pretty good. I mean, I'd say that's pretty good. What do you think? Well enough? And look, I even end up with basically the same, with the slot centered on the rail. OCP achievement earned. Time for me to head out. See you, Adama. Congrats again. OCP, not OCD. I misspoke. OCP. Personality is better than a disorder. Okay. Just use this to mark up my next cut. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, this is here. Ay, ay, ay. Loud. How loud is this? Is this coming across the... Is this coming across the speakers? Has it been... should I have given a headphone warning? Completely filtered out. Awesome. That little is the flange from the cut, which gets filed off. Not bad for the freehand cut. Exactly. Deburring. You hear the filing? Yeah. Okay. Now, these go here. And you know what we don't have are nuts in the frame for this. That's a problem. It's not an insurmountable problem, but it's a problem. Where'd the rest of my little... Oh, there they are. When did you get cats? I've been out of the loop for the last 3 weeks. About 3 weeks ago. About 3 weeks ago. Okay. Yeah, that would be a real problem if I didn't have the little LDO. Oh, those aren't going to work. Oh no, it is a real problem. I'm going to have to partially disassemble the frame. I'm going to have to partially disassemble the frame to get those in. Okay. Well, yeah. That's right. The LDO nuts won't work in this maker beam extrusion. Will not work. That's okay. I mean, I can pull these bottom extrusions out pretty easily. So, but what I should find out is if I really want to mount that buck converter to the frame somewhere, because I'll want to add a couple of nuts for this thing to mount somewhere. So if I did mount this right here, that would be a pretty easy spot, nice and close to the power supply. This can come under the power supply. Anyone knows about 1515? Yeah, what is it? 713 Machining? Is that the correct name? They make a very expensive hammerhead T-nut for 1515. So now the previous build, I had everything VHB'd to the deck panel. The new build has DIN as part of the spec, and getting that VHB off of this was a pain in the neck. So I kind of want to just do the DIN rails anyway. Also think, so just kind of checking, yeah, everything is still well under the thing. Even this, yep, well under. When this is mounted, it's still well under the bottom panel. Yeah, square nuts are fine. The problem is getting them in after the fact. And this, pull this all out, because the other side shows it real well. You see the profile on these is not the same profile. It's a very constrained spot. And that's why I think even more so the issue we were talking about with the length of some of these screws could really use a little more space there. Anyway, feed and skirts were extended a bit in 1.1 to allow that. Yep, I remember you saying that. So I think what we're going to do is pull the feet and skirts. And I'll have access to everything here. And I should probably check to make sure I've got all the right stuff for the other skirt pieces and take the opportunity, if needed, to add so let's go ahead and pull all of this apart. This is all stuff that we need to do at some point, so it's a good time to do it. Send a link to cheap 1515 hammerheads on Ali. Ooh, that'd be useful to know about. Where was I? There, and look at this real quick. 2020 1515 M3. That's weird. The slot on a 1515 is not 4 millimeters wide. And it's certainly not 5 millimeters wide. Are we sure that this is not 1.5 inch by 1.5 inch? Are we sure that they're not talking about a different 1515 extrusion? I'd like to know a little more, because there's no way that you fit. What is EU 1515? No, that's not what I want. Yeah, I'm suspicious that this is what we think it is. So just, I mean, it's a good thing to pay attention to when you're looking for something like this. And we know they exist. Is it 713 maker or whatever, that company? They do a lot of machine parts for different hobby printers, but the slot is not 5 millimeters wide. They have a 1515 M5. There's no chance that the slot in any 1515 15 millimeter by 15 millimeter is going to be M5. M4, maybe, but not M5. Here. EU 1515 extrusion. Let's see if we get any bite on this. Yeah, nothing that's really pointing definitely to an EU, but okay, back to this. Oh, actually we want to go back to the manual. What I want to see is how many, I think we have to go all the way back to the frame side. Back to the frame assembly, because that would tell us how many nuts to pre-insert. 1515 slot is 2.85 millimeters wide. Okay, let's go quicker. Okay, frame assembly. Frame top, frame top, frame top, Y rails, Y rails, rear, rear, rear. Okay, second corner. So we're 4 nuts, we're 7 nuts on the bottom, and we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are for this extrusion. Steven, the YouTube won't let you post a link. If you're in my Discord, you can post a link in there. EU 1515 is 6 millimeter slot. Is it 15 millimeter extrusion though? Is it 15 millimeter extrusion with a 6 millimeter slot? I'm not sure I'd want to use that for a printer. How much aluminum is left in that? Wow, that doesn't leave a lot of material. And definitely, yeah, I'd be surprised. 5 millimeter center hole? Is it solid aside from that? It's gotta be. I mean, this basically is too, but, huh. Okay, so according to this, we need 4. What is the 2? That's for the top. EU 6.2 millimeter slot. Wow. It is used for workbenches and rip fences. Okay, so with the 2 were for the Z drive or the Z motor mount. And looked at that profile before current parts. Is that, did you link that? If anybody has a link to that in the screenshot, it'd be neat. Okay. So preload 7 there. Is there anything here? First corner, that's the preload 4 for what side? This is very difficult to know which of these corners is which coming back in this right now. First corner 4 only needs 4 for what? Trying to wrap my mind around what, making sure I have the right number so I only have to pull this frame apart once. There's first corner and second corner. There's the front. That's saying front. That's the front. But that's not the only, that's not, these 4 preloaded nuts aren't the only ones that are needed in the front. Oh, preload 8. Okay, top and bottom. Does that make sense? Yes, that makes sense. Okay, I get it. Preload 8, preload 4. So how many do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I have the 8 in the front. I'm getting this. Second corner, which leading towards the front, that means that we need the 4 on the top, which is already there. We need 2, oh, the 2 on the top. Only 2 on the outside? I have 3, and I think that's for a mid panel clip. No, I have 4 on the outside. The 4 on that one are for the front motor mounts. So the 2 here on the outside, is this for panels? And is it only 2 nuts needed on the outside for panels now? Without scrolling around in the instructions, since you're here. And I need 7 on the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1. Okay, so I have the 7 there. And I have 4 on the outside for panel mounts. And this one is 2. Oh, the rear only needs 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 8. 2 on that side and 2 on the top. The 4 on the front motor mounts. So it says the rear only needed 6. Why did I have more than that before? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's nothing holding the center here. Is this correct? Is this the rear extrusion? Yeri? Because if so, this says 6 nuts on the bottom, but you use 2. Oh no, that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 3 for the center instead of 6. It's really EU 15 feet. It doesn't fit in Masumi. Okay. You just checked. Okay. Okay. So I think I can, to get this correct, I think I can remove 1 from back here. No center clip on these. Why not? Why not? I'm gonna use a center clip. I feel like a center clip is needed for this span. Do you really think a center clip isn't needed? Okay, well, let's start pulling this apart. The rear is what I'll start with. Panels only need 2 per side, no center clip. Actually here. Actually, let's grab this one, it's a little slimmer. Okay, I'm not gonna be lazy and I'm gonna put a center clip. Oh shoot, that's gonna be not fun. How am I gonna do that? Because it's attached to the rear vertical. That is not gonna be fun. How am I gonna do that without totally screwing this whole thing up? Oh, 160s are doing good without center clips. That is some interesting extrusion. There is not a lot to that. Yeah. Interesting. Drill the bottom panel and bolt to it. No. We can do this. We can do this. We just need to shimmy it up just a little bit. Let's loosen the screws on the cross brace here. Loosen these. Can I get this? Yeah, there we go. Just enough. Just enough, see? Oh, 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 losing them all. That works. And I can get this all lined up again. I don't think that's a problem. So we're removing one from there because we didn't need 7 back here. We needed 6, right? One, 2, and then, oh, how many did I need there? Only 6 in the rear. 2 here, so I had 8 here, so I can remove 1 more. Apparently I'm using regular just M3 X nuts on here instead of the square nuts, but it's okay. And then I want to shift this up just enough right there to fit 2 over here for that buck converter. One. 2. Now this can come back down. Yeah, this will work. Top camera is on auto white balance. It drifted to warm and back to, yeah, it is. I need to do some camera fixing, but okay, so this was all flush and everything. So basically just need to tighten that down at flush. And that is going to be the only one of these that was a challenge. Let's grab this one. There we go. Yep, everything is back to flush. So I have the 6 here. I put 2 extra here. There's nothing else I need to do with this rear extrusion. So now we move over here, and we needed just 7 here. So all we need, I'm going to take 1 out of the back because I have 4. I'm going to take 1 out of the back, so I will put a center clip on, or at least have the option to do so. So loosen that. And this. Now the motor mount is holding me in place here. So I'm gonna try loosening that. And then just getting this up enough to access that one over here. So. Why do you do the T-bar? What do you mean the T-bar? 1. Come on. 2. There we go. Three, and 1 more. The DIN rail, you mean? There. Oh. Loosen this just a little bit. There we go. Back into place. Oh no, it's fine. It's not. All this bolts back in. It was all flush and flush before. It's not gonna hurt anything. It is fine. I'm taking extra care to make sure. Taking extra care to make sure everything's back to flush. Did I need to do anything on the front? I don't think so. I really just needed the 4 on the inside here. Oh, I wanted to take 1 out of the back here. That's right. I mean, on the side. There we go. Now I can put it back together. Before I forget, let's tighten this up. Okay. That's tight. That's tight. 3 on the outside there. Go through here. So if you, here, no affiliation, I've never used them, but what is it? 713 makers, aluminum. Is this it? Yeah. 713maker.com. And you go to hardware maybe, Yeah, there. Post-assembly 1515 T-nuts. So these are actual 1515 T-nuts. If you really, really want them. If you really, really want them. Now, be careful. Look at the info. It is for 4 of them, so it's not quite as bad. No, they're not. It's $5 for 4. But full product description. There is a. It's only works in certain extrusions. Where is it? Let's go there. Designed to attach. Two different versions. Just read this. I don't want to go through. And they are M2.5, by the way. They are M2.5. Machine parts are hard to do. But this is an option. If you read the instructions, make sure the extrusions you're using are compatible. Make sure you can use M2.5 hardware. All of that. This is the closest thing that's available to that. Now, if you are using LDO extrusions, or I think Misumi extrusions, then the LDO, do I have these? I got to figure out where I put them. LDO has a drop-in square nut that you can use, but okay, I don't have to do anything to the front extrusions. Now, all of this is still nice and flush. Now I need to pull 1 out the side and put 4 in the middle, right? That's the only thing I have to do, which means loosening this one so I can get all of this to flex. Something I'd be careful with the DLL PDF extrusions is just that they are powder coated. So make sure that whatever any of these that are close might still have a tough time fitting. Okay, so this goes up and we pull those out, put it on the inside. 2. 3. Come on. They have their own drop-in nuts. Oh, okay, cool. One more. There we go. Okay. Pulled 1 out of the side, put 4 in the center. I think we're good. They're a pain as they like to go sideways. Okay, now what size are we supposed to be using for these? Let me get back down there in the instructions. They do not come in 3mm. Where is the DIN rail mounts? What size screws do we use here? Oh, there we are. M3 by 10. So in 3 by 10 across here and here. Do I have M3x10 in my bin here? Yep, those. 1, 2, that's 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe. Yep. Go. Has the black kitty gone into parrot mode again? Parrot mode yet? Yeah, I posted a picture on Discord in the pet pictures. He was sitting on basically on my neck behind me on my chair. He was actually laying on the back of the chair, but effectively in full parrot mode. Okay, this is going to be fun. Still at it? Yeah. I figure I'd get some progress on the electronics bay. Use that. Do better than Creality's motion system, right? Okay, and then put this thing on here. Actually, I want it to go here because we want to tilt it towards that stepper otherwise, and that'll let us get a little bit closer. Oh, that's so close that I could actually mount the power supply over the stepper. It's almost to the point I could mount the power supply over the stepper. That's okay. We'll go right up to it. I think that's where we're going to put it. How would I get the stepper water cooling in there? That's a good point, John. I don't think of these things. I'm glad you do. Might be a heat issue of the PS over the stepper. Could be. Packaging. Packaging. There. Right there. Not touching. Almost. Maximizing our tiny little bit of space in here. That's there. Now, this in here. There. Look at that. You're right. That's smooth. Perfect. Now, this guy, let's see where that should land. And try to give enough space here to run wires into this area. So I think that's probably pretty reasonable right there. Nine. Yeah, right there. 60. One's a little off. That one's a little off, a little extra off. That one is 59 to there. Check this. There. Would have thought these being as compact. Well, I can't run RepRap firmware on a Manta and CB1. That's really close. We can make it a little closer. See, a little closer. Perfect. Make sure everything's tight. Up there, and up there, that right there. All the room for a 4 if I wanted. Could even move it over quite a bit. Maybe even have enough room for that power cord just as it is. I'll have to think about that because this could move over quite a bit actually. Need a lot of room there. And that display right here. And this guy here. Okay, we're gonna do that, that, and that. Let's put the feet back on here so it can set on them. Don't stick together. There you are. This is this one, right? These are M3x6s. Do we know of anyone designing DIN rail locks to keep things from sliding around? For the power supply, I've made locks to kind of keep them controlled. But in general, it doesn't take much. I don't know that anybody has. I don't think it would take much to make something though. Seems like a whole lot of extra pieces for a screen. That board supports a bunch of different TFT screens off the connector directly. For RepRap firmware though, for RepRap firmware, So I've got a choice, as far as I know, I basically have a choice between like a 12863 type display or a panel do. What John was saying about padding the gaps, I was thinking about doing that for back here because this isn't very big. I was going to print just some clips that go on either end and keep this from moving side to side. Nura, if you've got good ideas for stuff, for displays, I wouldn't mind hearing them. I don't know that I am familiar with all of the options that are out there. So, put a small piece of VHB on the rail to keep the stuff from sliding around. The mount is too loose. Serial panel do. TFT are supported from Big Tree Tech, but the firmware suck really bad. And I really like the mobile Duet web control view. I'm not really too concerned about whether it's usable, as in being able to actually do stuff. It's mostly status. Yeah, I like the mobile web control view. And this does not have a lot, so that's going to have to get a connector pretty quick. Standard Big Tree firmware has built-in support for RepRap Firmware. The pre-built images have this enabled by default. And so the next question I have about those Big Tree Tech TFT displays, are they resistive touchscreens? I hate resistive touchscreens. Okay, there's that. Arduino screens can work as well. Looks like it'd still be going when I got back. Hey, Pathetic Puma. We're not too, what are we doing? We're at 4.5 hours. We're probably pretty close to calling it. Got some things I could be working on. There we go. Okay, so that is theoretically going to be basically the layout of the bottom. If things work out, I may shift this whole thing to more center it between the steppers and the power supply. That'll give me more room to work through here and on either side. So, and I'm pretty sure once the Pi is up on a DIN rail, the USB ports clear and it looks like it does. USB ports clear the stepper mount here, so I could plug in. So, and then just a quick route over to some sort of screen. If a 4.3 can fit in these skirts, I might go that route, because the bigger I can go, the better. Otherwise, I'm going to do a 3.5. Can you use mainsail with it? No. If so, you can use the pad 5, and yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay. That is where I think we're going to leave it. This is good progress. We have it all belted up. The next things to do are to assemble the Dragon burner, install it, and get it wired up. Get it wired up. See if the existing, I think I have some wiring harnesses that I had made before, see if I can recycle those for these relatively short things there. To get the Z wiring in and the cable chain in, but I think that's a good next stream thing. Hopefully I have all of the correct, yeah, it looks like it. All of this is here, so this can go over. Yeah, that's pretty good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, and I need to figure out the little PZ board mounting, but there's mounting holes back here I'm sure I can utilize to make something. And there's lots of space in here. And you move smooth. Yeah, cool. Okay. There is not going to be a Tuesday stream. I have other things I need to work on, and I don't have anything prepped for Tuesday. The comment there, more gray. The tool head will all be gray. So that's going to help. That's going to help knock out or balance out the blue and gray. The whole tool head will basically be gray. There is likely going to be another Tuesday series before too long, though. So stay tuned. But I have something I want to do, so that's what Tuesdays are for, right? So we'll see if I can get prepped for that. I don't know when it'll start, but it'll be some Tuesday content. No stream this Tuesday, no stream next weekend, because I'll be at 3D Printopia. So I'm going to see quite a few of you there, and I'm very much looking forward to that. So with that, thank you again. Thanks for hanging out. We will be back on this in October. So we will, what is that? October. Oh, we will not be, the next stream that I will be having for this build will be October 13th. So a little bit of a break here because Reno Vice, the Voron International Community Event, is going on the 5th and 6th. So that's 2 weekends in a row I'm not going to have streams. So it'll be a little bit. I'm going to miss you guys. We'll see you. We'll see you then. Keep an eye out. If I end up doing anything before then, let me know. Or I'll let you know. So take care. Have a good rest of your weekend and good week. And enjoy the build. Bye.